Notice to the public, if you wish to address the council, please complete the public wishing to address the council form located in either end of the counter. Give it either to me, the chairman, or the council clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. All comments must be addressed to the council as a whole. Addressing individual council members or the staff is not allowed. Speakers should be courteous in their speech and choice of words and actions, and comments should be limited to the issues and cannot involve individuals or staff-related matters. We also would like to have all cell phones, electronic devices used for communication to be silenced for the duration of the meeting. I will now call the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Governments Council meeting to order Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. We will have the invocation and pledge of allegiance by Councilman Steve Trusclair.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the opportunity to come together to discuss matters of our community. Grant these professional men and women your divine guidance in addressing the matters placed before them. We ask this in your name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Alicia, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Trusclair.
Here.
Mr. Pleasure. Mr. Harding.
Here.
Mr. Voisin. Mr. Amity. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Hamner. Mr. Babin. Ms. Chauvin. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum present.
Thank you, ma'am. Approved minutes of the regular council session held on May 28, 2025. Moved by Mr. Amity, second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussions? Members vote your machine. 8-0. We distributed the minutes of the council session held on June 11, 2025. We also would like to approve the accounts payable bills list for 6/16/2025 and 6/23/2025. Moved by Mr. Pleasure, second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. Approve checklist, approve manual checklist for May 2025. Moved by Mr. Pleasure, second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. General business. A, confirm the adoption of ordinance number 9705-2025 millage rate with no roll forward provisions. Moved by Mr. Babin. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. 8-0, motion passed. B, confirm the adoption of an ordinance number 9715-2025 millage rate that no roll forward provisions. Moved by Mr. Hamner. Second by Mr. Amity. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. 8-0. C, Ms. Kristen Delahousie, a representative for homeownership program, a local housing finance agency, would like to present information to the council and administration regarding the CAFA First Home Program.
Hi, thank you. I'm
Hold on for a minute, ma'am.
Sorry.
State your name and address, please.
Kristen Delahousie, 601 St. Ferdinand Street, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And Bridget Homer, I believe, came in last month and presented the program, but we have a cooperative endeavor agreement with the public trust here. And so we have gotten that renewed just recently. But the program that we're offering right now is the tax exempt bond for down payment assistance. It's called the CAFA First Home. And this is a 5% assistance of the final loan amount when you're a first-time home buyer. If you're a veteran or you're buying in a targeted census tract, you don't have to be a first-time home buyer. But this is an assistance program to help with down payment and closing costs to get those folks that are trying to purchase a home that just maybe don't have that assistance or that amount of money to get into the home. So do y'all have any questions about what the program is and about, or how we do it? I think she presented in May. You did?
Mr. Watson.
Yes, ma'am. Just so I'm clear, it's down payment assistance? Is
Yes,
that
down
what it is?
payment or closing costs, and it's through a tax exempt bond. So we issued a $40 million bond in 2023, and the interest rates were so high, so that was a way for us to control it. We ran out of that money at the end of April, and so we started to pre-originate with our servicers, so we were allowed to sort of continue the program. But we went back to the bond commission in May, received another 25 million. We just priced that out today, so that's rolling. And what we did was, in that resolution that you have to sign, it says 100 million. What we're gonna do is we're gonna roll out 25 million like when we start to run out of that, we'll go back to the bond commission and get another allotment. These bonds, tax exempt bonds, only make sense when the rates are so high, when the interest rates for the mortgages are so high. So we just are doing it in little parcels. So we're gonna continue the program as long as these rates are gonna stay this way, and so that we can continue the program. We do have other programs that aren't just for first-time home buyers, and they're not a tax exempt bond, but the rates are, 8%. So we just wanted to find something that we could go in and help. So that's why we decided to issue these bonds.
And where can people physically or electronically go to apply for this?
So since we're not a financial, we don't do the financing or the mortgage lending, we partner with lenders. So anybody can go to our website and see what lenders, we've done a couple in Terrebonne already, because y'all signed off on this in 2023. But if there's a client that's working with a lender and the lender's like, oh, they need down payment assistance and they're approved with us, then they can offer that to that client if they have to, be approved for it. There's, credit scores and income limits and all of that. But we do a lot of down payment we do a lot of first-time homebuyer seminars, so that we'll partner with different lenders, different real estate brokerages. If y'all have any, organizations that kind of help with first-time homebuyers, we are happy to partner with them and collaborate to educate the community. We don't want to just come in the parish and say, thank you for letting us come in. We really want to, and our lenders are doing that. The lenders that are going to be here, they don't have to physically be here. They don't have to physically be in the parish. They can be other places, but if they have a client buying in the parish, they can offer it.
So you could see where partnering, obviously, with more lenders would be very helpful
Yes.
for a lot of people in Terrebonne Parish, to first-time home buyers and things of that nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we just need the resolution that's to certificate or whatever to be signed to allow us to come in.
Ms. Neal.
Thank you, sir. So Neil Montgomery, who works in my office, was working on this, and I think he was trying to get some information relevant to the parish's involvement, since the contract was between two different parties besides the parish. But what we can do is, it sounds like a good program. If we can get some confirmation, and then I can meet with the parties and figure out the parish's involvement. The council, I would recommend the council approve the resolution contingent upon legal approval. So that way, once we get a chance to look at this and everything looks great, the parish president can sign it.
Ms. Chauvin.
And I do have to,
think
I
there
would
is
like to make
backup
one
on
other
the
comment.
agenda. I'm sorry. I think I saw the resolution in the backup on the agenda, so it's not listed. It is, it's listed in general business under C. Oh, okay.
I do want to make one more comment. Because it's the tax exempt bond, we are under a constraint. So the CEA could always be signed at any time, but they did renew the public trust. But the bond, if it's not signed, we priced it today to set that rate, and then it will close on July 16th. If any parish, which this is the last one we have to go to, if they don't sign it, you won't be in. We can't get you in later. So we do have a hard date. So we've had to get into all 60. We're not in Orleans and we're not in Jefferson because they have their own program, but we're in all the other parishes. So we've been sort of going across the state, getting into all those parishes. So this is, just wanted to let you know that there is a time, if it's not done by the July 16th, we won't be able to add you to our footprint.
What you saying?
Yeah, Ms. Chauvin.
Okay, so you talked about this being just for like the down payment part of it. I mean, you have other programs, but that down payment due to high interest rates, at what point does that stop with the interest rate?
Well, the tax exempt bond allows us to set the rate. So we set the rate today for an FHA loan for 6.64. And if somebody goes out into the market, it's probably gonna be higher than that. So nobody knows what the rates are gonna be. I mean, it's market rate. It changes daily. So right now, that 6.64 is below a typical market rate.
Correct.
So when the market rate starts to drop, we'll have the other programs that sort of come back, but we'll always have this program that's when I mentioned that we're gonna roll out this 25 million, we've already pre-originated 10 of that. So we only have 15 left, so it's flowing. I mean, our lenders already have pipelines to fill that. So we're already gonna be going back to the bond commission to get more money we're just gonna keep doing this. And as we see the market rates drop, we may kind of put a pause on the bond part.
Okay, and so you do advertise this out?
Yes,
Okay,
a lot.
all right, thank you.
It's a very, very good program.
Okay,
And there's no risk to the parish. So it's just a benefit.
Ms. Neal?
Thank you. So Mr. Truscott was talking to me about the way that it was put on the agenda under general business. There's no resolution that's presented on the agenda, but if you look in the backup, it's listed as a certificate and not a resolution. So this is something I believe we can adopt as a motion, as long as the motion provides for us to take a final look at this to make sure that the parish is not, that the parish's involvement isn't any more than just signing a certificate, allowing the company to come into the parish to do these things.
Mr. Trusclair.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we sign off on the
Certificate?
the certificate for this housing assistance program.
It was moved by Mr. Trusclair, second by Ms. Chauvin. Any more discussion? Mr. Amady?
Just for clarity, the motion should also include review of legal? If Mr. Trosclair would like to add that into his motion? I was listening to what y'all were saying, as eavesdropping.
Any more discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes. 2, public wishing to address the council. In accordance to Section 2-07E of Terrebonne Parish Home Rule Charter, the public will be heard and can speak for 3 minutes on any matter related to parish government without discussion or question and answer on non-agenda items. I have one speaker card. The speaker card is from Mr. Paul Freeman in reference to a petition for blighted property. State your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Paul Freeman. I live at 220 Royce Street here in Houma, Louisiana, a longtime resident of the parish. The reason for this petition, and if you look at it, it's got 50 of my neighbors' names on it, is that in our neighborhood, ever since Hurricane Ida, there are some mobile homes there that they're in deplorable condition. I mean, grass is growing around it. Some of them are halfway torn down, some of them are just left. We just come into the council and to try to get some help with either tearing these things down or getting the homeowner, the property owner, to do something with them. It's just, there are rodents there. You know, it could be transient people there. I mean, it's not a good situation. So that's the reason we passed this petition.
Mr. Amity?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Freeman and I have been talking about that for quite some time. Mr. Freeman, 215A.
I have four different addresses.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, 215A
Okay,
is going to be dealt with in our condemnation hearings that are coming up. The other address with the little camper, I think that's 227 and a half.
right.
That one is in the queue, but if you can get me those other two addresses,
The other half of that particular lot that you're talking about is a mobile home that had burned, completely destroyed. But the
And-
shell is still there. They won't do
Yeah.
anything with it.
and they may have grouped that all together. I'll check tomorrow with nuisance and abatement, but we
Okay.
have those in the queue.
Okay,
And if you have another one, just give me those addresses as well.
I can
and
do
we'll-
that, yes.
We'll add them into it.
Okay,
You know how long we've been talking. It takes a little bit of time for them to do all the legal
Right.
paperwork and notices and such on that, but we'll definitely get them taken care of. That's one of our
okay.
priorities, is to get all that stuff cleaned up. So if you want to call me, or
I have
Whatever.
a list.
yeah, if you give me the list, that'll work fine. You can walk it up to me. I'll make sure that we get those in as well. All right. Thank you for coming, Mr. Freeman. We always
Yeah.
we always
No, for
appreciate
people, I
the
appreciate
the
it.
public getting involved.
Don't leave yet, sir. Don't leave yet, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. Just a few little stats I'd like to share is in 2024 alone, between us and property owners working through this condemnation process, 191 properties were demoed. Right now, we still have about 400 properties going through the process, but working with the council, we adjusted some ordinance to make the process run faster and get some things as far as the legal part of it moving along. So I know I'm texting Chris, he's going to check on anything he knows about and then work with John. But we are definitely determined to get blight addressed in Terrebonne Parish, and so I thank you.
I surely appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Chair entertain a motion to, I have no more speaker card. Chair entertain a motion to go. Yeah.
Second.
A motion to go out of regular order by Mr. Amity, second by Ms. Chauvin. In the discussion, members, vote your machine. 8-0, motion passes. Number 3, committee reports. Public Service Committee, 6/23/25, Mr. Voisin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that the council accept and ratify minutes of the Public Service Committee held on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, and I have 3 public hearings. Consider the introduction of an ordinance to authorize the relocation of polling place for Terrebonne Parish Precinct 029 from East Homer Recreation Center back to East Park Fire Station, and to amend Chapter 38, Article 1, Section 30-2 of the Code of Ordinances accordingly, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, July 16, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Number 2, consider the introduction of an ordinance to amend Section 22-168 of the Terrebonne Parish Code and to renumber the said section to Chapter 6, Section 6-23 of the Terrebonne Parish Code of Ordinances, and to provide for related matters, and call a public hearing on Wednesday, July 16, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. 3, consider the introduction of an ordinance to amend the Parish Code of Ordinances to establish a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit along the entire length of Cedar Grove Road to provide for installation of said signs, and to provide for other matters relative thereto, and call a public hearing on said matter on Wednesday, July 16th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m.
Motion by Mr. Wazan, second by Mr. Babin, that we accept the minutes of the Public Service Committee. Any more, Mr. Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. Budget and Finance Committee held on 6/23/25. Mr. Pleasure.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I make a motion the council accept and ratify the minutes of the Budget and Finance meeting held on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, and I have no public hearings.
Moved by Mr. Pleasure, second by Mr. Babin, that we accept the minutes of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting held on 6/23/25. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. The next, Community Development and Planning Committee held on 6/23/25. Ms. Kim Chauvin.
Make a motion that the council accept and ratify the minutes of the Community Development Planning Committee held on June 23rd, 2025, and I have 24 condemnation hearings and no public hearing. Calling a condemnation hearing on the following residential mobile homes, residential structures, accessory structures, and commercial structures on July 15th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. 3208 Lorraine Park Street, 140 King Street, 500 Kinney Street, 225 Brooklyn Avenue, 162 Marjorie Street, 4906 Grand Caillou Road, Street 1, 215A Royce Street, 190 Ackland Avenue, 4422 Highway 24, 150 Garnet Street, 191 Peachtree Street, 4442 Grand Caillou Road, 401 Lake Crescent Circle, 477 Grand Caillou Road, 2626 Main Street, 4454 Grand Caillou Road, 4902 Grand Caillou Road, 4906 Grand Caillou Road, Street 2, 1732 Acadian Drive, 116 Mobile Estates Drive, 215 Academy Street, 902 Aragon Road, 4749 Bayourside Drive, 1328 Highway 665.
Moved by Ms. Chauvin, second by Mr. Hammer. Any discussion? Member vote your machine. Motion passes 7-0. Street lights, we had no street lights. Number 5, appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees and commissions. A Recreation District Number 5 Board, one expiring term, Mr. Alton Billiard Jr. expresses his interest in being reappointed.
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that we reappoint Mr. Billiard.
A motion made by Mr. Babin, second by Mr. Champagne, that be open, close, and appoint Mr. Billiard. Yeah. Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. B, Recreation District Number 11 Board, 2 expiring terms on 7/01/25. Ms. Bonita White expresses her interest in being reappointed.
Motion to appoint Ms. White and hold the other over.
Motion to open, close, and appoint Ms. White and hold the other by Mr. Pleasure, second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. C, Downtown Development Corporation, 3 expiring terms, each representing the following entities, and 1 representing the Chamber of Commerce, 1 representing the Historical Society, and 1 representing the Downtown Merchants. Ms. Melissa Boudreau, representing the Downtown Merchants, submitted an application and resume for consideration. Mr. Brian Bunn, representing the Chamber of Commerce, representing the Chamber of Commerce, expresses his interest in being reappointed.
I'll make the motion to open, close, and appoint Ms. Boudreau representing Downtown Merchants and Mr. Brian Bunn representing Chamber of Commerce, reappointed representing Chamber of Commerce.
And hold the other.
The other vote.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion to open, close, and appoint Ms. Melissa Boudreau and Mr. Brian Bunn to the Downtown Development Corporation and hold the other. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0.
Are any of these people here? By any chance?
You've done it. Is anyone here? No, they're not.
Okay.
Mhm. Oh, by the way, we also have Mr. McGee in here, a former elected official, and Mr. Wayne Thibodeau. I apologize, but I guess it's no greater time than any. Recreation District Number 6 Board, one expiring term on 7/31/25, and one vacancy due to resignation by Ms. Wendy Learet expresses her interest to being reappointed.
Second.
Open and closing the point by Mr. Steve Trusclair, appointing Ms. Wendy Learet to the position and holding the other. Second by Mr. Clyde Hamner. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passed 8-0. Monthly report, T. Baker Smith.
As per.
You got to vote. Vote your machines. Members, vote your machine. All right, okay. Motion by Mr. Clyde. Okay. Motion by Mr. Babin to go back in the regular order.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pleasure in the discussion. Members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. 6:30 public hearing relative to an ordinance to appropriate funds relative to and for the adoption of the operating and capital budget for the Terrebonne Council on Aging. First call public. Second call public. Third and final call public.
Motion to close.
Motion to close by Mr. Babin.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. Motion to adopt, Mr. Babin. Second by Mr. Hamner. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. B, an ordinance renewing support for foreign trade zone site for Deepwater Riser Services LLC in Homer, Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana, authorizing parish president to execute on the behalf of Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government a renewal cooperative endeavor agreement with Deepwater Rising Service LLC to facilitate the application and ad valorem tax exempting on certain properties within the subzone and to provide for relative matters. First call public, second call public, third and final call public. Motion to close. By Mr. Babin, second by Mr. Champagne. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes. Motion adopted by Mr. Champagne, second by Mr. Babin. Any discussion? Members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. C, an ordinance to amend the 2025 adopted operating budget and 2025 five-year capital outlay budget in Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, the following items. Head Start, $26,500. Department of Housing and Urban Development, $0. Homer Police Department, $6,621. Homer Police Department, $767. CDBG-DR, Activate the Bayou, Phase 2, $5 million. CDBG-DR, Improvement and Critical Evacuation Routes, $6,200,000. CDBG-DR, Resilience Center, Phase 1, $585,000. CDBGDR facade improvement, $3 million. Municipal auditorium, $218,300. Electrical car charges, $8,500. First call public, second call public, third and final call public. Come forward.
Hi, Cherry, one more.
Yeah.
412 Ashlawn. So I see that on here, Activate the Value Phase 2 is getting $5 million according to the CDBG grant. When we have seen in recent time, our bridges, and I feel like that money can be better allocated to more important needs of our parish. Activate the bayous, to my understanding, is like the kayak launches and things of that nature. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. But I do believe that that funding can be utilized, and I understand it's from Hurricane Ida. And so that funding is for the resilience and the rebuilding of our community so that our community can stay in Terrebonne Parish. And I live on the east side. If you live on the east side, you live in the bayous. It has been a struggle the last couple of months. And so it is not important. I just believe that we have more pressing issues that we can better address those $5 million funds with. We have some outdated bridges. I understand that everyone is saying DOTD, but I also understand that once those bridges are fixed, we're gonna have those same posts and comments and videos giving ourselves credit for the work when it is done. And so I would like that we reconsider that $5 million allocation to something that I do believe will be a more pressing and also a more permanent issue for our parish.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes, okay. So just a couple notes here. One is that when we look at the bridges and the issues we're dealing with right now, we cannot use CDBGR funding on state bridges, of which we have 5 bridges out right now that are all state bridges. So when it comes to the other 2 bridges that were out, one was hit by a barge and the other one is from Hurricane Francine and damages of which that project has started. When it comes to the work that we're going to be doing and Activate the Bayous Phase 2, we're working on dredging and cleaning up 2 main waterways, which is going to be Bayou Grand Caillou and Bayou de Large. And so this is an opportunity where both of those bayous are very silted in and the weeds and brush and it's very overgrown, similar to the project that we're gonna be doing on Bayou Terrebonne through some other funding that we have. But that money and that project is nothing to do with any kayak launches or anything, but getting the waterways healthy and better for drainage. So I just wanted to share that info.
Oh, you waiting for me to say something back?
You finished?
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, thank you for that clarification. When you see $5 million and it says activate the bayous, when we are looking at what we're dealing with currently, and I understand it's DOTD and there's state bridges, but I also understand that when we pass a responsibility, we also give ourselves credit when things are accomplished. And so I just want to ensure that the funds that we're gonna use really ensure that people stay in our parish. And I don't know about you, a road and a bridge make me leave. The traffic has been hectic the last several months. Okay.
Mr. Trustclair.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, this is a different agenda item. This is number 10 under section C for the ordinance. Electric car chargers, 8,500. Understand the funds will be coming from the Housing and Human Services Department. But what kind of chargers are those? Just curious, because it didn't have any sort of, we're not clear on that.
Yes, Mr. Pledger, those are the electric car chargers that we have in 2 different locations at the Civic Center. I think all 3 of them are at the Civic Center, actually. It was a grant through the state that allowed us to put those out there, and this is just some additional electrical work that will be using another grant funding source for us to be able to put those out there.
Okay, do we know what is that, the amperes, that's high output chargers, middleways, low output?
I don't have that information, but I can definitely follow up
Please,
and get it to you.
thanks. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
thanks. All right. And the reason for that is, the closest one, I think it's on right by Troop C there where the coffee shop is. if ours isn't a high output charger, it's really not gonna attract much. It'll have to sit out there for.
I'm pretty sure it's what we need to allow, the continued tourism, because that was kind of how it was sold too. Let's get some of the areas in here and the tourism. But we'll definitely follow up and let you know for sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Trustclair, hit your light again. Hit your light again. There you go.
All right, thank you. My question is, they're gonna be at the Civic Center, is that gonna be for general public use? And is it gonna be, for a fee, or is it gonna be no charge?
So I do believe through the grant, there is a certain time period where there is no charge, and then there will be a charge like there is at most of those electrical plugins. But we can follow up with that information as well.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah, and that's perfect. I didn't realize you were on that too, Steve, but that's the thing, I wanted to touch on. We can, if it's not, because based on the tourism, if someone's using a charger or is needing a charger port, somewhere to charge their vehicle, based on the tourism's map, however it works, they're gonna let whoever is traveling that corridor know where there's a charging station.
There will be
And
on
if
a
it's
map.
not a high output, they're not gonna come into home and have to pay for it. So if we can just make sure it's high output, we're gonna be great.
Yes, sir. And we had looked at several different locations as well, and that's why I'm thinking that it is a high amp, because other places did not have the infrastructure that was needed to put them in there. We looked at the center, Gray Library, right off of Highway 90. But it also, part of this is it will be advertised as part of those EVVs. So when people have those and they have it on the map, it'll drop exactly where they need to go to the Civic Center.
Can we invest and just do that in other places too throughout the parish? I mean, that's a source of
Very expensive.
but the return here in the next 2030, it's gonna mandate it, all of them gonna have to have at least hybrid features, so, thanks. I can't get across the way. I got you. Try.
Third and final call. Motion closed by Mr. Babin, second by Ms. Chauvin. Any discussion, members, vote your machine. Motion passes, 8-0. Motion adopted by Mr. Babin, second by Ms. Chauvin. Any discussion, members, vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. D, an ordinance to dedicate and accept the maintenance / operation of the streets, drainage, servitudes, and right-of-ways for Imperial Landing subdivision Phase C, energize and accept the streetlights and to incorporate Stack Drive and the extension of Sample Drive into the enhanced 911 emergency response system for the purpose of providing a better means of locating addresses. First call public, second call public, third and final call public. Motion closed by Ms. Chauvin. Second by Mr. Hamner. In the discussion. Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. Motion adopt. Ms. Chauvin, second by Mr. Hamner. In the discussion, members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. E, an ordinance to dedicate and accept the maintenance / operation for the streets, drainage, servitude, and right-of-ways for Imperial Landing subdivision Phase D, energize and accept the streetlights and to incorporate Core Drive and to and the extension of Monroe Street into enhanced 911 emergency response system for the purpose of providing a better means of locating addresses. First call public, second call public, third final call public. Motion closed by Mr. Amity, second by Ms. Chauvin. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. Motion adopted, Mr. Amity, second by Ms. Chauvin. Any discussion? Members vote your machine. Motion passes 8-0. We are now 7. 7. This particular item, I'm gonna actually turn over to Vice Chair, Ms. Chauvin, and I'll take it over after this item is over with. Thank you.
You're good. I'll just scooch over. It's all fine. Council Chairman Harding, discussion and possible action regarding the council selecting an attorney for the remainder of the year or create an ordinance that would allow the council to select and ratify at the beginning of each year to be on retainer. Mr. Harding.
Yes, I would like, before I really get started, I'd like to see if I can, if Ms. Neal, do you have the opportunity to look at parish code and ordinances for chapter 3, article 3, section 2-55? And also want to look in that area right there for resolution number 00-439 in reference to the date of November 11th, the year 2000, and the ordinance number 6341. And in the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear my colleagues, their opinion on this while she's actually looking this up.
Mr. Amade.
Well, the reason why I want to talk first is because I asked our previous parish attorney concerning this, and I'll read you from the document of what he said. He addressed me, John. Number one, you asked me tonight about an ordinance in the code, 2-55, that says the council can hire its own attorney. Number two, I want to make it clear the parish council has no legal authority to retain its own attorney. The charter is the parish constitution. No ordinances can override the TPCG charter. Number three, Charter Section 2-10 defines who can be the council employees. Only clerical employees necessary to assist the council clerk can be hired by the council. Number four, Charter 4-03, next, the charter defines the legal department. The parish attorney represents the parish president, council, and all departments, offices, and agencies. The word shall is used. Nowhere in the charter is a council attorney authorized. Since the charter clearly states the parish attorney is appointed by the parish president and approved by the council, represents the council cannot deviate and hire another attorney to represent the council. Number five, in 2000, ordinances were passed, 6241 and 6253, and placed in the code as 2-55 by that council in an attempt to retain its own attorney. First, no attorney was hired, but second, in my legal opinion, it is in total conflict with the charter and would be likely found unlawful and stricken. When ordinances are passed, the process they become public is known as codified, meaning placed in the code. Charter and code provisions written in whole below, and it was signed. He goes on to list those things, but it was parish president at the time, Jules P. Hebert. Parish attorney, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That's okay. I'm good. Mr. Babin.
Yeah, and I also have another, a legal opinion back from May 2000, May 31st, 2000, for then parish attorney, Ms. Carolyn McNabb, sent a request to the state of Louisiana to check into this. And basically, I'm going to summarize what it says. It says that exactly what Mr. Amade just mentioned, that Mr. Hebert said, that the parish charter is our constitution, and that the only way that you could deviate from that is to change the charter. And to change the charter, you have to go to the people for a vote. So we do not have the authority as a council to hire our own attorney. according to two previous parish attorneys and the legal department for the state.
Mr. Hamner.
Yep. I don't have any legal opinions or any backup materials, but I'll just say I don't think it's a good idea, so I'm gonna vote against that, or if it comes to a vote.
Okay.
I'm glad.
Back on.
Ms. Neal, what I asked you for, and it seems as if everybody's getting free advice, we might need one of those extra attorneys, you know what I mean? Even though they didn't consult me anything about that. Could you read that for me, please? Actually, we can go with the resolution 00-439, and we can go through that. That's what I read. I didn't seek an attorney. I just actually.
So I don't have a copy of that resolution, but I have the section.
Oh, I'm
Would
so
you like me to
sorry.
read?
Yeah, I can read it. I have it right here.
Sure.
Okay. Resolution number 00-439. Whereas the Terrebonne Parish Council has deemed it necessary that the service of a special legal counsel for the legislative branch of Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government would be in the best interest of the local government. And whereas ordinance number 6341, adopted by the council on November 8, 2000, allows the parish council to retain the service of a special legal counsel to provide opinions to the legal branch of the local government in the event that the question may arise regarding an opinion already issued by the parish legal department. Whereas it is agreed that the special legal counsel for parish council should not be utilized to usurp the powers in legal matters normally handled by the parish legal department and executive branch. And whereas opinions and recommendations from the special legal counsel to the parish council should be used as a tool to the council members so as to relieve doubt regarding opinions issues by the parish legal department and the parliamentary related policies, questions, and, excuse me, whereas in order to assure the unbiased, apolitical selection of a special legal counsel, the council is requesting the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney to enter into an agreement with the parish council to select an attorney from the pool of local attorneys and allow said attorney to work with the council on hourly basis at a fee which shall be same as paid to the parish attorney. Whereas, be it also understood that the council chairman and a council chairman or any three council members shall have authority to incur debt by special legal counsel to the parish council. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Terrebonne Parish Council on the behalf of the Terrebonne Parish Council Consolidated Government, the council chairman is hereby authorized to execute an agreement with the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office for the service of special legal counsel in Terrebonne Parish Council, and that said agreement includes the following items. The said special legal counsel shall be selected by the district attorney's office. That said attorney be paid an hourly rate the same as that of the parish attorney, and only the time spent on the issues assigned to said attorney. That the services of the special legal counsel be initiated by the council chairman or any three council members. That the service of this special legal counsel be strictly limited to the legal advice on the opinions previously issued by the parish legal department and to answer questions on the parliamentary related policy matters. Be it therefore resolved that this resolution to continuing upon the parish president's approval of ordinance number 6341 on the record, there was yeas by Mr. R. Boudreaux Jr., Miss C. DePlantis, Mr. D. Henry, Mr. H. LaPierre, Mr. P. Rose, Mr. A. Tillman, Mr. C. Voisin, no nays, abstention by Mr. W. Thibodeau, and absent by Mr. J. B. Bro. That's only I got out of the records, and that's what I only have to have. Nobody called me. And then how do you interpret that if that's in the case? Nothing has been changed from that.
So the timing, I have a copy, I think, of the same opinion that Mr. Babin spoke about. It was an opinion that was written to Carolyn McNabb. She wrote the request to the Attorney General back in February of 2000. The opinion from the Attorney General came out in May of 2000. And it seems to me that the resolution that you're talking about was adopted in November of 2000. So this looks like it arose out of some conflict between the administration and the council back in the year 2000, when Carolyn McNabb was the parish attorney and when Mr. Mr. Bobby Bajeron was the parish
Can
president.
I ask you a question? Opinions and what the ordinance says, which one would actually fly?
Well, let me finish my thought here. So the opinion came out from the Attorney General, who read through the law and gave his opinion, which he's authorized to do, and we request for an opinion from the Attorney General for guidance. The opinion came out, and the question was asked, can we change the code and can we change the charter to allow for the council to have its own attorney? And the opinion came back and it said, you can change the charter to have the council hire its own attorney. There are some instances in which there may need to be another attorney besides the parish attorney hired. And that's in the case of if the parish attorney doesn't have that particular legal experience that needs to, that
But
representation
word
is needed on.
unbiased is
In other
also
words,
used in there too.
in other words, there is an attorney that this council has already approved to take care of those issues, and that would be the attorneys who handle the investigations for employment. Those are the attorneys, Fred Priest and his crew, and they're specialized in employment law. So those types of things, and if you remember, they handled the employment law case that came up after Hurricane Katrina for the emergency pay, because that was something that was within their wheelhouse. So those were appointed as assistant parish attorneys and special legal counsel to handle those types of cases. And the opinion does go on to say that there was a previous opinion from the Attorney General in 1978, which found that it was permissible for the council to hire its own legal counsel in the event of an intra-governmental controversy. So I think, according to the law, there was a lawsuit that was filed, and it was found that because there was a controversy between the city attorney's counsel and the actual council, they went and hired their own attorney, but it was found that there was an actual and real dispute between the council and the administration. But I do agree with the provision that the charter is going to trump your ordinance. The ordinance and the resolution that you read to me just now seems like there's a lot involved in the district attorney making the selection, in the council having to be able to retain that district attorney for the year. All of that sounds like it is in controversy with the charter, which requires the parish attorney to be the legal counsel for all of the departments of the parish. And even if the council would decide tonight to hire its own counsel, then that counsel, that legal attorney, would actually have to answer to the parish attorney, because the parish attorney is the legal counsel for the entire parish. I hope that answered your question. I tried to incorporate everything that y'all talked about.
Well, it's a subject to be brought up because I remember in the past there were certain people, whether they want to admit it or not, is the fact that when there was a different administration and that they were actually so adamant about having their own attorney. But then I think as the tides turn, and they want to be more political, and I'm actually looking at how we represent the people here. And then what I'm reading here, I don't know, and I got this out of the archives. You know, I didn't consult no lawyer. This is the discussion here, and it's also sounding. And then this is an opportunity for to get an understanding here. You know what I mean? And I tell you what, you know what I mean? It's difficult if it gets to a point, not that it's the case, but it's difficult to actually have the members of the public to actually find out that we have things that go on here, and then we get accused, or I may get accused, of just pushing down the road, and then or someone else might be get accused of pushing down the road. We can't actually somehow or another accept the fact that we don't lend us opportunity because this is here. I don't see where it changes at. I don't understand. Maybe we can just push it on down the road, and we can discover it later, discuss it later on and down the line. Because this is a subject that they could have brought up, and I didn't see no changes because you know I spent some time in it trying to get some information from upstairs in the archives that it doesn't actually change from this. And when you say opinion and what is written here, opinions are opinion, but this is black and white, edged in stone. That's my opinion.
Right. I think the ordinance that you're talking about was written after the legal opinion came out from the Attorney General, and despite the legal opinion that came out from the Attorney General. The ordinance that was written in November of 2000 was written against the advice of the Attorney General that was written in May of 2000.
Well, I'll let some of my other colleagues, because I need to drink water.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Babin?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, Mr. Harding, you just made reference that some of us got some special information. We looked this up, okay? We know how to look things up and find out what was there. Is that an ordinance that he read, or was that a resolution? I
I
couldn't
believe it was a
understand.
resolution.
Okay, it was a resolution, so it's not an ordinance that we have. First of all, it was in 2000. Every council since consolidated government has talked about having their own parish attorney. Have we ever gotten it? No. If that was in 2000, 25 years later, how many parish attorneys did we have in the last 25 years and we don't have an attorney? I need to ask, point blank ask this question. Do you have a problem with our parish attorney? Because I find her to be very professional, very competent, and I'm more than satisfied to have one attorney representing this council. If we could hire another attorney, what happens if they have different opinions? Then we have to hire another one to arbitrate between those two? Where is that saving this parish any money? Why is that's just creating more controversy? But again, everything that was read here tonight by Mr. Amade and myself can be looked up. Okay, so we looked it up. We did not get privileged information. So I take offense to that.
May I ask this question? I have all the confidence in Ms. Neal as representative of our Terrebonne Parish. We actually voted for her there. All we're hearing is having a nice debate in reference to the letter of the law and why I've obtained it to it. Now, so whether we're gonna actually go a little further down the line, we can talk about this later on down the line. But then that's no problem with me with this. I'm only putting it out there for the fairness of the people to see what's going on up here. And whether you can agree to that or not, whether you have some other undertones about yourself, that's not my problem.
Mr. Trosclair?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Neal, you made reference to the council, be it, you know, maybe some case history, I'm not sure if it's in our charter, about conflicts between the administration and the council or intergovernmental conflicts, that the council could hire its own attorney. Is that in our charter, or was that just some case history you were?
No, sir, it's some old case law from the 70s. Actually, I'm sorry, it was an Attorney General opinion from 78, which made reference to some case law from the Third Circuit Court in the state of Louisiana about some conflict that the administration and the council had, and they sought out a different attorney for the council. I haven't had a lot of time to vet that out, but that was out of the Third Circuit, not in the First Circuit. So the precedent is not in the First Circuit, where we are in this district. The Attorney General opinion came out from 78. So there may be some things that are new since then, but that was just something that was mentioned in the Attorney General opinion from the year 2000.
Okay, so in that event, uh, what would be the direction of this council?
And let me,
Would that hold up for this council, or would
Yeah.
have to go to the voters?
and let me clarify, and I was remiss in not saying this. If you continue reading under the case law from that was discussed in the Attorney General opinion in 1978, the court had found that the council was authorized to retain that special counsel because the home rule charter vested the powers in the city council to do that. So they did have a charter provision evidently back in the 70s that allowed them to do that, which is what this opinion touched on. And I do agree that the charter has specific rules about the legal counsel and the legal department for the Terrebonne Parish government. And a lot of the things that were read in the resolution that I didn't have it in front of me, but a lot of the things that was read in the resolution were in direct controversy to the charter provision that we have in our charter about going to the DA, having the DA request somebody to represent the council. The charter provision in our charter says that the parish president appoints the attorney and all the assistant parish attorneys, and the council gets to vote to approve those, both the parish attorney and the assistant parish attorneys. So the fact that the council in the year 2000 went to the DA and asked him to appoint or to recommend an attorney to represent the council, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't fly in, as far as the charter is concerned. And they may have just taken it upon themselves to do that. I don't know the history behind it.
So once again,
Oh, hold up. Right.
so once again, what direction would this council have to go there we got the conflict of interest for our attorney, which would be you at this time,
Yeah.
that you couldn't represent both sides?
Right. In the event of a conflict, then we do have assistant parish attorneys and other special counsel attorneys who are already approved by this council who do not work in my office. So for instance, Kentley Fairchild is an assistant parish attorney. He doesn't work in my office, so if we had to get him to do some work, it could avoid a conflict. So in an example of that would be, let's say I represent the parish in a car accident where an employee of the parish was involved in a car accident at fault. So I'm a defense attorney trying to defend the parish and that employee in the car accident.
To cut you
And then
off,
somebody turns
a
around.
car accident is different than council versus administration.
Mhm.
That's where I'm going.
I see what you're saying, but you mind
So
if I finish?
You couldn't legally represent both sides of it.
Well, the council and the administration are the same entity. It's the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government. The council is not a separate entity from the administration.
We're
Now,
the
they're-
legislative branch, they're the administrative branch. Two
So in
different governments.
instances where you're just one entity, the council is not capable of being sued or suing. It's the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government that is the entity capable of being sued or suing someone. So the council can't bring its own legal action independent of the parish government. And Jason, as the parish president, can't bring his own independent action separate and apart. It's one entity. The parish government acts as one entity. So you have your council.
Okay, and I'm not talking about lawsuits or suing or anything. I'm talking about differences of opinions, the council standing on one issue and administration totally opposite on the same issue. Okay, who gives us legal advice on that?
It's your parish attorney. Parish attorney who gives you the legal advice.
If we're on both sides, how can you be, you work for Jason, you also work for us also.
Mhm.
So how can you,
So there's a way to present the law to everyone and still be impartial. I'll give you both sides. And in the instance, so as an example, tonight, you're gonna have a hearing about the commissioners of the Housing Authority, right? Your legal opinion comes from me and I give you the legal opinion about the law. I can't sit here and represent you as a judicial body and then take testimony on behalf of the parish president tonight in his capacity as the removal of the person removing the housing authority commissioners. So you won't see me representing the administration tonight for the housing authority. That's coming from the parish president himself. I, in my role as your representative, I'm just giving you guidance on how the operation of the hearing should run. I've been meeting with the chairman, making sure that we have all of our ducks in a row. And so in that instance, I take it upon myself to make sure that I avoid that type of a conflict. And I can maintain impartiality in that instance. But there are also attorneys who we've had appointed who do not work in my office that are capable of stepping in when needed.
okay, so who would, authorize that request if the council can't do it?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
If a situation comes up where we feel like the council would need an attorney, from what you said, we don't have the authority according to the charter, and I heard what you read, and I agree with you on that. How would we go about hiring that attorney or getting that attorney to represent our thoughts or our petition
Uh-huh.
that doesn't work in your
So
office?
like a second opinion, like, I don't know if, are you asking that kind of a question? Then we turn to the Attorney General. That's always an option. If there's ever a time that the council wants an Attorney General opinion to check me as an attorney who gives you a legal opinion, the council has an opportunity to vote to approve the request for an Attorney General opinion, and that gets sent off to the Attorney General's office. And they act as a check and balance, I guess, from my opinion. If there's ever a time that I am unsure of myself, I will definitely recommend that we go to the Attorney General. Or if you guys need a second opinion or need the Attorney General to vet that out further, you always have the opportunity to request an Attorney General's opinion at the council meetings. I sometimes will recommend that you go to the Attorney General for some things that are just not clear under the law. There was an instance that happened not long ago with another political subdivision that we had to go to the Attorney General to requests for budgeting issues. So yes, I will definitely make a recommendation if I feel the AG needs to step in, and you have the opportunity to request the AG to step in even without me.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Amade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if anybody wants to look up what I read, I don't think you're going to be able to without doing a public records request for my email. That email was from January 26th of 2022. So for clarity, I didn't recently call or talk to anybody about that. That was a question that I had after a council meeting where we were discussing the council getting their own attorney. Second, I want to follow up with Mr. Charles Clare was saying, because I think I understand his question, Ms. Neal, what he's asking is if there's a dispute between the council and the administration, is there someone else that we could go to other than you? Your answer was any of the assistant parish attorneys that have already been selected by this council. Is that correct?
So that's almost correct.
Okay.
Those obviously report to me. So the people in my office work for me. The people outside of my office,
So you're saying, even though they're outside of your office, I mean, they do
they would
go through
handle.
you. So you're saying it'd be better just go to the AG for an opinion on something?
If it's something that you think that you completely disagree with the way that I've given your opinion, it's probably best if you go to the AG. The outside attorneys who do not work in my office are great for handling conflicts, when handling, separate roles that the administration and the council have to work together on. And obviously, I'm not gonna tell you that, the attorneys who are the assistant parish attorneys won't come to me because they all work under me.
Right.
So yes.
And then the other option, in order for the council, when I had this conversation with then Parish Attorney Jules Hebert, the direction was the only thing you can do is change the charter, which would go to a vote of the people.
Yeah, it's
and once
drastic, but you
that's-
could do it.
Once that's done, because the case law that you were quoting, they apparently had that in their charter,
Yes.
not in their ordinances, and it was ruled that they could hire outside. So I
Right.
guess our path would be, if it's just a matter of a dispute where we need a difference in opinion, go to the AG. But if we want to change something in order to make that ordinance they pass legal, then we present that to the voters to change the actual
Correct.
charter.
Correct. Now, I didn't go and look for the charter, but that's what the opinion says, that
Yeah.
they had it in their charter.
Okay,
I mean,
that's all I got. Thank you.
not everybody's gonna agree with me as their attorney. I've got private clients who don't agree with me sometimes, but I will give you the God's honest truth of how I read the law and how I interpret the law, and I'll give it to you. No matter who you are, whether you're the parish president, whether you're a council member, if you're a private client, if it's detrimental to you, I'm gonna tell you what the law says. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, and I'm not gonna make up something that's just not there. So I do that for the public clients that I represent as well as the private clients that I represent. My legal opinion to you is my legal opinion, and sometimes clients don't like legal opinions that are issued.
Okay, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, and I thank you, John. You're a great guy also. And the thing about that, I actually got this today because it's always been a thing because there have been a number of cases and perhaps something else down the line. Whereas I can sit here and look at some of the faces to your answers out there in the public and the assumption of the public that we actually have. I'm trying to actually protect the interests of the people in the public and what we look like up here. It's not to say that you're doing anything wrong because we have nice conversations,
Yes,
So it's only in reference to the debate. And in that debate, the ordinance that I actually had, and then we can actually close this and move it on down the line because it's been an issue that's been going on. And the thing about that, I don't have a high blood pressure, but then my blood does ball sometimes. But then ordinance number 6341. And then actually we can go on down the line. We can actually perhaps take care of ordinance 6341. It actually, through a resolution number 00439, it happened November 8, 2000. And that's what I was referencing. And I'm only not just protecting my seat. I'm protecting the interests and what we look like up here. And we may argue, but then I want us to do much better than what we have been doing. And present a fair government, a balanced government, just like Mr. Trusclair said. That's the administrative branch and there's a legislative branch. We cannot avoid that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, just for clarity, I guess in my, listening to Mr. Trosclair and Mr. Amity, so what is the trigger to get an AG opinion? Would it be a specific case, or would you go to the AG, say, hey, can our council get an attorney if they think they need one? Or it has to be a specific case that we have a disagreement on?
You could go, so the AG is available for anything. Anything that you have a question on regarding government, you could go to the AG on. I think actually, when Paul Labat used to be the council clerk, if you go to the AG opinions and research them, his name comes up often because he actually used to write them for the council. All it takes from this council is a resolution to request an AG opinion on whatever topic it is that you want to request. I can write the request to the AG for you. Paul Labat used to do that as the council clerk, so Ms. Triggs may be able to do that, or she and I can work together, or the chairman and I can work together for an AG opinion, as long as the council passes a resolution to authorize, the request.
I guess my question is, it's going to be towards a specific topic that we have concerning,
It's towards a specific topic, but it could be any topic, not just the attorney for the parish. It could be about any topic, roads, bridges.
all right, thank
About
you.
to send a few of those off. Okay, Mr. Pledger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I kind of sit here and listen to, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I kind of heard a bunch of, comments and people, fellow council members, making suggestions over the years, and just for the record, everybody's more senior than me, that I'm hearing this from, but to Mr. Babin's point, he said this has been going on for roughly 25 years.
I said this opinion was 25.
Okay, the opinion was 25 years, but they've been, through all councils since then, we've been fighting, had some sort of issue in bringing this up. So 9 council.
Every
Every
council I can
council.
remember has
Okay.
discussed this issue.
So
yes.
let's just use 22,000 to now. That's 225 council members, right? I'm just using that number.
math, I'm good with it.
So with that, let's use, moving the parish forward. Let's bring it to the people. That's an option. We can do that. And also to you, Michelle, the resolution, just for clarity, to make sure that we're clear, the resolution that Mr. Harding referenced, I think it said the district attorney shall select the attorney, and also, or it could be the chairman or 3 council members.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm just making sure that I was clear on that.
I probably did not retain it all.
Trust me, I got it. But all in all, what I'm suggesting is, okay, we obviously have a problem where we've been doing this for years and years, and everybody's attesting to that. And it's not about us. We're
Every-
making that argument.
Every council has
Every
talked about
council
it.
has talked
No
about it,
council has actually done it.
done it. So the motto here is moving Terrebonne Parish forward. Let's figure out, work with us or work with me. Let's put it on the ballot and give it to the people and let them figure it out, if that's what they want to do.
And in the meantime, I can commit to the council, if you all want to have more presence from someone in our office, I can assign either myself or someone in my office to make an appearance at the council staff and at the council conference room, like we did for this last week, to set aside some time to have, to entertain council members in your offices.
Yeah, and I'm all for that, but just one more note that, and I don't want to be clarified on this, please, whatever you guys do, don't clarify me. So with that, state government, Landry, he has an attorney, legislature, the Senate does as well. So we're just a smaller version of ultimately what's in Baton Rouge. DC, of course, we know everybody has a lawyer
There's
there.
so many lawyers.
And here in Baton Rouge, a lot of the representatives and senators, they are, lawyers by trade. But they, being legislative and executive branch, they have their own attorneys too as well. So I don't see where it would be far-fetched for us to have our counsel too as well, because I think like Mr. Trustclair mentioned, if it's, we're gonna see this tonight. Clear, we're on different sides trying to understand it, so we just probably would feel a little bit more comfortable with having an attorney, and I have no issue with you at all. But let's work on moving Terrebonne Parish forward. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Babin.
Yeah, I said that we've been having, this has been going on since the charter was adopted. Every council has brought this up. And we keep referring to what Mr. Harding read earlier as a resolution. It's not an ordinance. Is that an ordinance? Can you give me that answer?
So from what I understand, there's an ordinance and there's a resolution.
Okay.
There's an ordinance that says that the council can, by resolution, pick an attorney. And that was codified in section 255 under the Terrebonne Parish Code of Ordinances.
But that is in direct contrast to our charter.
Yes.
Okay, and the only way the charter can be changed is through a referendum of the people, correct?
Yes.
So that's why
Yes.
nobody has ever brought this up before. I personally, I think this whole issue, if we debate issues, we debate every agenda item up here, okay? And just because some of us don't agree with it, that doesn't mean that we have to have our own attorney to interpret it, okay? That's why we have a 9-member council. It's an odd number of people, so you can have a majority vote. I think this is ridiculous that we've having this much of a conversation about this. I think Ms. Neal and her staff are very competent. Remember, you're right. She was appointed by the parish president and unanimously reappointed twice by us, this entire council. So if that doesn't show that we have support for her, I don't know what does. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. You've done 3. Okay, I'm asking. Okay. Mr. Trosclair.
Yeah, Mr. Babin, in the last term, you were actually on the opposite side of this discussion because I vividly recall you asking, requiring, insisting on getting an attorney for the council. To the council and to the parish president. Remember, I sat on this council.
Yeah, I don't think your memory's very good. But go
Okay,
ahead. I'll respond to that.
you and Gerald Michelle definitely worked trying to get your own attorney for the council. Now all of a sudden, you're on a different side of it.
Since my name was, I know I spoke 3 times, but since my name was mentioned, I have the right to answer, okay?
Okay. Clarifying.
And I won't speak. You're absolutely right. There was talk amongst us. We never went anywhere with it, Steve. So and through your own admission, I was on the other side then, and you're on the other side now. What is the difference?
All right. Mr. Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if the discussion is more in reference to the council retaining an attorney, or is this just a general discussion in the event that there was a special circumstance? I would be hard pressed to believe, and of course I hate getting into legal conversations because I'm pretty illiterate when it comes to the law, but I'd be hard pressed to believe that nowhere in Louisiana in any government, there's never been an event where a legislative body had to retain for a certain event in contrast with the administration. I'd just be hard pressed to believe that's never happened in the state of Louisiana for a particular event. I guess what I'm trying to get at is if there's ever a circumstance where that would have to take place, where the council would have to seek representation to separate themselves from the administration because of maybe something an administration did and the council don't agree with it and they don't want to get drug into it. I just can't believe something like that has never happened in the state of Louisiana. But I think that's a bridge you cross, I guess, when you get there in that special circumstance, because everything he read said special. So it never said retain or anything like that. It just said special. So that tells me, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that for a special circumstance that could be warranted, but legally, the charter, the whole 9 yards, I don't know. So I'm taking you at your word that that's how it is, that's what it is, because you represent us. But I'd be hard pressed to believe that there's never been a circumstance where that's happened in Louisiana local government somewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Pledger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And again, we're still having the same conversation, and we're kicking that can right here tonight. And I do suggest we let the people decide. We're representing the people, and the people to the viewing public, and the people that's here. You know, call your representative and let them know where you stand on this issue, because ultimately we represent the people. Or I challenge my colleagues here to possibly poll some of their people to see how do they feel about that. Let's give it to the people and let them decide, because that's why we're even here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I will move this on to Chairman Harding.
Okay, number 8. Vacancies of various boards, committees, and commissions. A, Recreation District, number 3A Board, 1 vacancy due to resignation. Recreation District, number 6, 1 vacancy due to resignation. Recreation District number 11, 1 expiring term on 7/01/25. Fire District number 5 Board, 1 expiring term. Koto Fire Protection District Board, 1 expiring term. Downtown Development Corporation, 1 expiring term, representing the Historical Society. Consolidated Waterworks District number 1, 1 expiring term. Terrebonne General Medical Center Hospital Service District, 2 expiring terms on 7/31/25. TED TEDA, 1 vacancy due to resignation. Home Board of Adjustments, 1 vacancy due to resignation. Okay. Announcements, Parish President.
Yeah, so a couple things we have coming up. We have the Market at the Marina, July 5th, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the downtown marina. And then on July 4th from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., we have the Good Earth 4th of July Festival at the Bayou Country Sports Park. It's free admission. Join us for food, drinks, music, and family fun, and then with a firework display. And then also to make a note, note Jerry Larpenter's passing, and his funeral is Saturday, June 28th. Visitation from 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. with a mass at 1:30 p.m. at St. Francis. And I hope that we keep his family in our prayers.
Mr. Babin.
Yeah, thank you. Also this weekend at the Civic Center, there's a Native American powwow that will be going on the entire weekend that is open to the public. If you've never been to one, it's very interesting to go to. So I encourage everybody to go out. There'll be good food, beautiful, for lack of better words, costumes, regalia, and it's quite an event. So thank you.
Let me see. Mhm. No, I got it. Actually, it was a discussion whether it's gonna be this long. Ms. Neal, would you prefer the request now for a break, or perhaps later on so we can actually do this? Or you just want to go into this? It's your recommendation.
So it may be best to take a break whenever we get to the point where people are signing up and putting their names up with Miss Tammy. That way everybody can take a break, because it's going to take some time for that process to happen,
Okay.
giving over their documents to Miss Tammy. In the meantime, Ms. Tammy may want to take a break before we get there. Okay.
That's good.
I make a motion that we take a 10-minute break.
Moved by Mr. Babin, second by Ms. Chauvin, that we take a 10-minute break. Any more discussion, members, vote your machine. John Amity?
Yes.
So we should probably take that break when he's got to read off some things and then,
That's what I was recommending, yes.
yeah, so I would ask that we
That's
hold
okay.
that motion.
Hold the motion?
I'll retract my motion.
Okay. Okay. I
Make a motion to come back into,
I make a motion to come back. I pull my motion. And it wa-
we never voted.
wasn't a second.
We never
no,
voted.
oh, never voted. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, all right. Item 10. The council will conduct a hearing under the authority of the Louisiana Revised Statute, Louisiana RS 40, 537 B1, to determine whether the parish president's removal of certain commissioners of the Homer Terrebonne Housing Board shall be upheld. So. Where we
Now
are.
I'll make a motion that we go.
Not yet, not yet. There's a little more.
All right, so what we're gonna do here is the fact that I'm gonna turn this particular portion of it over to the parish attorney.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Harding. So at this point, my role is just to kind of explain how the chairman and I have set up the proceedings for the hearing. This is kind of a new thing for this council and for me, so we did come up with some rules to proceed tonight so that we can try to keep everything organized. So I'll go through and explain how and why the hearing made it on the agenda tonight. And I'll read the charges into the record so that we can keep everything on the record. Start with the law that authorizes the removal of commissioners. So according to Louisiana Revised Statute 40:537, the parish president in Terrebonne Parish is authorized to issue a notice of removal to a commissioner of its housing authority in Terrebonne Parish. There are 3 different reasons for cause that the removals may be accomplished, and one of those reasons is neglect of office, which is what the parish president has charged for tonight. The notifications for the removals were dated June 4th, 2025, and I'll read those for the record. And all of the notifications contain the same information. They were delivered to Commissioner Danny Piku, Commissioner Donald Sherman, Commissioner Cheryl Chauvin-Hebert, and Commissioner Michael Jean Burke. The charges read as follows. There are 13. The first is a lack of oversight and management of the HTHA's executive director, including but not limited to authorizing a substantial salary increase for the executive director in 2024 without first instituting a meaningful review or evaluation of the director's job performance. When the Terrebonne Housing Authority has almost no tenants to manage, and while the director's time is split between working for the Terrebonne Housing Authority and Doosan Housing Authority, and authorizing the Terrebonne Housing Authority's executive director to perform work for the Doosan Housing Authority in conflict with her employment contract for the Terrebonne Housing Authority. Charge number 2, failure to file annual reports with the parish clerk as required by Louisiana Revised Statute 40:512C. Charge number 3, lack of data and information available on residents in need of housing and lack of a plan for those residents who still need housing. It is estimated that there is an 800-unit shortage. Charge number 4, Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority has received $28 million in insurance payouts after Hurricane Ida and has no plan or direction for these funds. Charge 5, there is a lack of informational updates from the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority. The TPCG, who has a pilot agreement with the Housing Authority, has not received updates as requested, and the Housing Authority website lacks any information as to recovery status. Number 6, according to Article 2, Section 1 of the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority bylaws, at least one commissioner shall be appointed who is a tenant who is residing in one of the housing developments operated by the authority. The commissioner appointed by the past administration to fill this role is not a tenant within the meaning of the bylaws and within Louisiana Revised Statute 40:536. According to that statute, which governs the tenant commissioner, once the tenant commissioner no longer resides or ceases to receive assistance from a Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority, then his or her term of office shall automatically terminate. There are only 2 individuals who currently reside on HTHA properties, and neither of them are commissioners. The commissioner of the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority, who I know to be the tenant commissioner, is still serving on the board despite a failure to meet the qualifications of office. Number 7, according to Article 3, Section 5 of the bylaws of the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority, any employment contract executed for the position of the executive director shall not exceed a 2-year period, which may be renewed. And in 2024, the Housing Authority approved a 5-year contract for its executive director despite the 2-year restriction in the bylaws. Number 8, according to Article 3, Section 2 of the bylaws, the chairman is the CEO of the Housing Authority with general management powers, including the powers to direct officers in the performance of their duties and submitting recommendations and information concerning the business of the Housing Authority during the board meetings. Since my time as parish president, it's the executive director that has taken over this role for the Housing Authority, which jeopardizes the opportunity for checks and balances within the operations of the Housing Authority. And number 9, according to Article 3, Section 5 of the bylaws of the Housing Authority, the Secretary of the Housing Authority shall also be the executive director. And this dual role jeopardizes the opportunity for checks and balances within the HTHA operations. If the executive director serves as the secretary and assumes the duties reserved to the chairman of the HTHA, then the Housing Authority will essentially have one person in charge of all operations. This is against best practices recommended for operating programs and administering the funds of the political subdivision. Number 10, according to Article 4, Section 2 of the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority bylaws, the Housing Authority shall hold regular meetings on a monthly basis. The board has been holding meetings every other month for an extended period of time against the requirements in its own bylaws. Number 11, Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority does not provide agenda packets with backup prior to meetings. Number 12, complaints have been made regarding the lack of maintenance to the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority grounds, such as tall grass problems. And number 13, when asked for a status by the parish president, the chairperson of the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority did not know that status of any projects. So now I've read all the charges. And then for the record, these were all hand-delivered to the 4 commissioners who these charges were written to. They were all signed for and received. You have copies of them in your packet. The next step was that if the commissioners who were removed by the parish president wanted to dispute the removal, they had 10 days time to send a notice to the council requesting a hearing before the council. You also have in your packet all 4 letters from the 4 commissioners who were removed. Those letters were dated June 10th, 2025, and they look identical except for the signatures, all requesting hearings before the council to decide whether the parish president's removal of the commissioner should be upheld in accordance with Louisiana Revised Statute 40:537B. Next step was for the council to go ahead and schedule that hearing. And give notice to the commissioners of the date of the hearing. So the council did go ahead and do that, and there are letters that were signed by the council clerk and that were hand delivered to all of the commissioners. I think the last one being delivered on the Sunday that just passed. The notices contained the place, date, and time of the hearing, the fact that an executive session would be scheduled if they chose to go into executive session for the discussion of this matter, and if they had anything or any documents or information to provide to the council, that they should do so, and give the council an opportunity to review in advance. Now, we understand that the notices for the hearings were given in short order, so they may not have had time to deliver all of their documentation to you, which is why you'll see later on in the proceedings that we'll take up those documents tonight as well. Some of them, we did receive some documents from the commissioner's attorney, and we did receive some documents from the parish president. So once we get all those documents and turn those into the council clerk will be able to make a record of those documents for, to maintain the record of the hearing. Also wanted to announce that the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority commissioners who were removed by the parish president have the right to be represented by legal counsel for the hearing. They do have legal counsel with them tonight. They're all represented by attorney Tanner McGee. He's in the audience. I guess he waved.
Yeah.
And then finally, I wanted to, well, not finally, but I did want to read to you the duty of the Terrebonne Parish Council. The role that you have tonight is going to be a quasi judicial role. So you're going to be the finder of fact, and you're going to issue a judgment of sorts tonight on whether or not the removal of the commissioner should be upheld. So after all of this due process, you're going to have to make a decision on the matter. To announce the order of the proceedings, just wanted to let everyone know before we start that we'll identify the witnesses for the record. We'll have all of the witnesses come in and sign up with Miss Triggs. She's the council clerk who's sitting right here. So when we announce that time, and I think that's when we'll take the recess to give everybody a break, those witnesses will come up and they'll go ahead and sign in with Miss Triggs. And if you have any evidence or any documents that you're planning to present tonight, bring your copies to Miss Triggs at that time so that she can have copies for the record. We plan to hold each witness to a 5-minute presentation, but the council will be able to extend time if they feel that more time is needed for that presentation. As part of the due process tonight, we'll have presentations from the parish president's side for his removal. So he'll have an opportunity to present his testimony. His witnesses will have an opportunity to present their testimony. The commissioner's attorney will have an opportunity to ask questions of the parish president's witnesses. And then the council will also have an opportunity to ask questions of the parish president's witness. And then we flip over to the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority commissioners. They'll have an opportunity to present their evidence through their attorney or through their commissioners. The commissioners will have an opportunity to have their witnesses who will sign up speak tonight. And then the parish president will have an opportunity to ask questions of those witnesses. And then the council will also have opportunity to ask questions of those witnesses. Closing statements for both sides to follow. And I do want to make an announcement that if anybody filled out a public comment card tonight regarding this item on the agenda, that they will be called up as a witness, and it just serves as an organizational tool for the hearing to have public comment come in at the same time as the witness presentation. We want to announce also that the witnesses should focus on the topic at hand. Try to avoid repetitive commentary. So if we've already got testimony on an item, try to avoid repeating that for the sake of brevity and efficiency. And the council chair will be able to control those things and have witnesses move on. We've already heard this and the like. We do want to announce that also there is an executive scheduled on the agenda tonight to coincide with the hearing. That the members of the commission have the opportunity to take advantage of that executive session. Because it may or may not have something to do with the discussion on character, fitness, and competence in relation to their service as commissioners. I understand from my discussion with Mr. McGee that they all plan on presenting an open session tonight, but we will have the chairman ask and confirm that. And I think that's all of the announcements that I have to make. So I can turn back over this to the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I please clarify something real quick?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't plan on talking at this part, and I believe Ms. Neal misspoke, but it really is important. She said that the third charge and the third duty is neglect of office. That is not correct. And I want to be very clear, it's neglect of duty. And the reason why, and I'll read it for y'all because it's important, a commissioner of a local housing authority may be removed for neglect of duty, misconduct in office, or conviction of any felony. And I point that out to you because neglect of office is a generic term that can be almost anything. Neglect of duty, and we're in the law and you're gonna be judges, so these words really do matter. Neglect of duty means there was an obligation for these commissioners created somewhere, and then they didn't do it. That's what that means. So we need to be extremely clear and precise as you listen to what's gonna happen as we go on, that it's not neglect of office. It's neglect of duty. And that's really important because this is a high standard. That's why it mentions felony, misconduct in office. It's in law, and Ms. Neal will back me up on this one. You read things together. It's setting a standard for you guys, right? Misconduct in office is like theft or sexual harassment. It's big stuff. Felony, we know that's big. It means you're going to jail. You're just hard labor, right? So you read the first thing with those things. Neglect of duty is an obligation, a big obligation that you have to, the parish president has to prove to you tonight that there was one, that obligation that was created for them in their role as a board member. And they didn't do that and they neglected to do it. I want to be very clear what we do from the outset because that was not correct information and I want to make sure we have it.
Mr. Tanner, at this point, you made your point very clear in reference to clarifying Ms. Neal's position there. And you're going to have an opportunity in your rebuttal or your presentation to actually state your
Sure,
case.
this is not an argument. This is just because she said at the outset what the standard was, and that was not accurate, and it had to be clarified before we got
Yeah,
started.
and you are now on record for clarifying.
Thank you.
And Ms. Neal,
Yes,
you
thank
agree?
you. If I said neglect of office, it was because I misspoke. It is in fact neglect of duty.
Okay, Mr. Tresco, you had something to say?
Yeah, I got a question. It appears that we're gonna be having back and forth questions between council and the president. I mean, the president has a microphone, but do we have our hand mic? Because if not, we'll be looking like, going back, wasting a lot of time. So if we can have a mic, if Mr. McGee is gonna be asking questions while somebody's standing at the podium, he would probably need to have a mic. That way we won't be looking like, Jack in the boxes going up and down to the podium. Okay, so whenever we get ready, we'll give Mr. McGee a mic.
I think we are at the motion for the 5-minute break now. Oh,
We can do that for the break.
Okay, that's all I had. I just want to make sure that we're not looking like a bunch of robots going up and down trying to get this thing done.
yeah, and this is the first time for those of you out there in the audience. I think everyone agrees this is the first time this happening ever.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pleasure.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Neal, just for clarity, I want to make sure that, I don't think it was mentioned, but maybe it was or it wasn't. if the parish president testifies with the council, would we be able to question him?
I think you did. Yes, absolutely.
Can,
Mhm.
all right, and I must have missed it, I missed it.
That's okay.
And will the parish president be put under oath?
Well, we can put everyone under oath, all the witnesses who sign up. I think it would be efficient just to have everyone raise their right hand and put everyone on oath all at the same time.
Well, yeah, because if not, I mean, you shouldn't be
You
permitted
don't
to
want to do each
testify.
one, right? Mhm.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Mhm.
I didn't hear that, so I was making sure
Yes,
that's all.
sir. Good
All right,
point.
good deal.
Okay. All right. Number 3, chairman will call for all witnesses to identify themselves, and the council clerk will make a record of them. While witnesses sign in, chairman will request that all and any documents and evidence not already presented to the council be delivered to the council clerk at that time. Okay, and the council clerk is gonna record all of that, all right? And once we do.
Make a motion
Yeah.
to recess for 10 minutes while the witnesses sign in.
Motion by Mr. Amity, second by Mr. Pleasure, that we recess for 10 minutes. That will be, yeah, members vote your machine? Motion passes 8-0. 10 minutes would be exactly 8 o'clock.
Did you have anything else that you wanted? Maybe not. Yes.
So basically, they're just gonna read. I didn't know if you shared the flow and share. If I would known that, we could have probably checked the laptop. You gonna turn it on? Huh? You gonna turn it? No. How you been? I'm like, no, since the light. Oh, you so bad?
Hello. Hello. Just checking to make sure that if there are any other witnesses who need to sign in, please come in and sign in. Yes. Yeah. Are you witnesses? Yes, you sign in. I think we're all good. No. You're the No, no. Good, 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 good. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I found someone who walked in. Yeah. But they were big. Yeah, that's what I told them. I told them it was part, like, this is what I came. No problem. No problem. Good luck tonight.
They got their own, Cassie, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. If you got a USB, you're more than welcome to. Don't. Well, I'll tell you what. Hey, man. How you doing? You been making it? Hi, I'm Nathan Butler. We were number 9. I was number 9 with Ted. My late wife was number 9. on the mic, please? Yeah. Motion by Mr. Amity, the second by Ms. Chauvin, that we return to regular order. Voting machine? 8-0, motion passed. Mr. McGee, could you come to the mic, please, for me? At this time, I'm gonna actually ask, anything else, Miss, okay, here we go. Have the list of witnesses. Any other information, Ms. Triggs? No, no documents? We have the presentation, okay. Mr. McGee, how would you like to, as a representative, you representing all of the, commissioners?
All the commissioners who are charged today.
Okay, and what's your choice, in the way that you want to represent them in the open
Session.
session? Okay, thank you. At this time, thank you, sir. All right. I would like to, have the parish president, present his case. Well, who's gonna give it? I'm not gonna give it. I'm gonna pray for everybody. Let's go. See where we at here.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a list of witnesses, and if you all could stand and raise your right hand, I'll call out the names. And also, we'll have the parish president and we'll have the commissioners stand as well. I think we have James McDaniel, we have Kelly Varnado, Jerome Boykin, Talisa Clark, Robbie Lee, Nikita Gilton, Justin Coleman, and Laquana Jefferson. Raise your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And we have, I did say the commissioners. Did they stand? Oh. Commissioners?
You didn't call their name.
No,
No,
you didn't call that name.
I didn't call their name, but I did say the commissioners. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, it's fine. Excuse me for that. Commissioners, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings? So you can confirm yes. Thank you. Just show for the record that all of the witnesses, the commissioners, and the parish president answered yes.
Okay, we winging it, Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, council. So I'm gonna go through the 13 causes that we found for myself to remove the commissioners. I want to state that, this whole time that I've been trying to work with the commissioners and the housing authority has been to address what I see and believe is a housing crisis in Terrebonne Parish, where we are short 800 housing units for our residents, mostly dating back to Hurricane Ida. So starting with item number 1, lack of oversight and management of HTHA's executive director. You're going to see attached in your binders is Nikita Gilton's employment agreement, the Terrebonne Housing Authority audit reports showing a pay raise in 2023 and 2024. We have some video links that we had shared of the raise being voted on inside of the meeting. The board giving executive directory signatory authority for the Doosan Housing Authority, which when you look at the raise and the opportunity that 2 housing authorities are being managed, and the issues that we're going to go over in this document, how those issues were allowed to happen with the fact that Ms. Nikita is managing two housing authorities. A couple things that I'd like to share is my understanding is that you're not supposed to give the executive director a raise without review and evaluation, and do not have any record of that happening. And also after the first raise was given, in a conversation that I had with Commissioner Mike at Downtown Joe, trying to get an understanding of why a raise would have been given without an evaluation, he mentioned that he had no idea and that they pretty much just vote for whatever everybody says to do. Item number 2 is a failure to file annual reports with the parish clerk as required by LARS 40:512. And this is just a simple law that states annual reports must be filed, and in checking with the parish clerk and or the document control person for the parish, neither of those entities have these annual reports recorded. Number 3, lack of data and information available on residents in need of housing and a lack of plan for residents who still need housing. Estimated, again, 800 unit shortage. You're going to see emails detailing housing shortages from TPCG representatives when inquiring on information for environmental determination for Bayou Towers. You're going to see an email from the consultant for Housing Authority, Sulcer, talking about a housing shortage. You're going to see plans for the Housing Authority to address a couple duplexes across the street from the current Bayou Towers facility. And you're going to see that we have other emails related to even a red line that I had with the consultant stating that we are looking for a plan. We're trying to get an understanding with over 500 households that were in both Bayou Towers and Senator Circle. Where are those residents now? How many residents still need housing? And what is the requirement that needs to be built out to cover those residents that after 4 years now with Hurricane Ida passed, still don't have a home? This coupled with the fact that Terrebonne Parish government is working on 4 projects currently to fill 300 housing units in the next 18 to 24 months, pushing the question of whether or not there will be another or a need above that, with us not having a plan or amount of residents that we understand need housing. This is coupled with the fact that in a meeting that I had with Nikita, a couple of board members, and HUD, in the situation where I continue to ask for a plan of what are the residents that used to live in Bayou Towers and Senator Circle, again, who needs housing and what number are we looking at? Even HUD mentioned it to Ms. Gilton, the legal attorney for HUD, mentioned to Ms. Gilton that in a situation where I keep asking her for a plan, that she is not listening to what I'm asking for and providing with the information that is needed. So you can see that, in these emails that go back and forth, there's definitely been many conversations around working on a plan to figure out what residents that used to live at both Bayou Towers and Senator Circle and who needs to be housed. Item number 4, HTHA has received $28 million in insurance payouts after Hurricane Ida, and again, has no plans or directions for these funds. You're going to see that the Housing Authority audit reports show payments in 2023 and 2024. You're going to see a letter from the parish president, Dove, from 2023, where there was an ask of the parish president then and of myself of whether or not we felt that the Housing Authority, the Bayou Towers facility should be demolished, with both parish presidents sending, yes, we do feel that it'd be in the best interest that both of these facilities be demolished. You're going to see a August 2024 communication from Salsa Group detailing a conversation with South Central Planning and Development Corporation due to the fact that every time we talked about what housing was needed, the Housing Authority and the consultant didn't have a number and couldn't guesstimate how much area was needed to build a housing facility. And when they had conversations with property owners and they found out it was going to be related to low to moderate income families, that those properties went up in price or were no longer for sale. And so through a recommendation that I brought with South Central Planning, taking over some property, that there was an opportunity to not have to deal with that situation where property wasn't available. But again, going to a conversation that said, do we need 25 units? Do we need 100 units? Do we need 400 units? and based on how many units that are needed, to come up with a plan to address those units. And in August 2024, communication regarding assurance payouts and the opportunities and FEMA progress and opportunities to use that funding to then get housing for the residents that need it once that number is determined. Item number 5, lack of information or updates from Housing Authority, who has a pilot agreement with the Housing Authority with the parish government, and we have not received updates nor payments with the pilot program. For a period of time before Ms. Gilton took over, there was a waiver that was given by the council for the pilot program payments to not be paid, which is around $30,000 a year. But since Ms. Gilton took over, that waiver has not been asked for and or provided, which means the Housing Authority should have been paying Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government $30,000 to the pilot program that we have a current agreement with. You're going to see that in item number 11, that requested information from the parish president. We had conversations about getting regular occurring updates that started around the July 2024 time period, of which we only received 2 updates once we had a guarantee from the Housing Authority and the consultant that we were going to receive regular occurring updates as it relates to the status of whether or not the towers and or Senator Circle were going to be repaired and or replaced. This resulted in myself reaching out and visiting with FEMA in DC to start getting direct updates from them to understand the status of the towers and Senator Circle projects as it related to the FEMA and the 50% damage conversation, and whether FEMA would or would not rebuild and or repair both the the Pari Towers building and Senator Circle. You're going to see an email, an email February 2022 of 24, request Anita Gilton for a redevelopment plan. Again, these are around letters that were asked for us giving feedback on whether or not we thought the towers should be demolished. You're going to see a letter regarding request information and compliance deadlines. You're going to see that the Housing Authority replied to a couple of these requests, and you're also going to see an email from Councilman Pledger asking for information that we all be informed as to the status of these projects. And again, I talked about the pilot program and the public records request to the Terrebonne Housing Authority as a response from the Terrebonne Housing Authority lawyer, because for us to get information, we had to start making public records requests. Item number 6 is going to be the no tenant commissioner. I know I had some situations where I tried to appoint and understood that everybody was appointed and I could not appoint anyone. And then I was finally able to appoint someone due to a passing. But right now, there are only 2 residents that live in the Housing Authority's properties, and one of those people should be the tenant commissioner. Item number 7 here, executive director employment contract, not to exceed 2 years. You're going to see the Terrebonne Housing Authority bylaws, Article 3, Section 5, which says you can only do a 2-year contract. We also have attached Nikita Gilton's employment agreement, which is for 5 years, and also the fact that she also received a raise, that we have a video link for that. Executive director, on item number 8, the executive director taking over the role as chairman. You're going to see that the bylaws lay out the responsibilities of each person. And then we have had situations where I've had multiple meetings with Mr. Keita Gilton, and in most cases, commissioners did not show up, and never did we have the chair of the commission show up in these meetings. There was always a meeting with Ms. Gilton, a meeting with the consultant in some situations, with our housing authority with our housing human service representative involved with this, and numerous times we had conversations about a direction that we all agreed to in that meeting to come out of that meeting, and then that direction change, like we didn't have the meeting at all. When you look at the fact that on item number 9, the dual role of executive director as secretary jeopardizes the checks and balances within the Terrebonne Housing Authority's operations. Again, we reference the bylaws and we reference Louisiana's best practices. But as we understand, Mr. Keita Gilton is the person that is making the decisions and running everything through with basically a rubber stamp of the board. Of course, also item number 11 is a dual role executive order. 10. HTHA does not hold regular monthly meetings in accordance with its bylaws. This would equate basically that they are not having half of their meetings a year. If you were to equate this to the council, it'd be equivalent to the fact that you would only have 24 meetings a year. And I would think even Mr. McGee would agree when he was a representative that if he attended half of his sessions, that would eventually be a neglect of duty, due to not being able to be present and conduct business, which has resulted in the fact that we are now 4 years with not a plan or an idea of what is going to be put in place for both Bayou Towers and or the Senate Circle. And then with myself serving on many, many boards, and every board that I've been involved with, whether it be the Chamber of Commerce, whether it be Bi-Regions Crime Stoppers, any organization that I've been a part of, I've felt it's very important, along with being parish president, that I've actually worked with council members to change outdated ordinances and things that didn't exist. So if there was a situation where they felt they needed to have a regular monthly meeting, they had the opportunity to change the bylaws to address many of the things that I've mentioned tonight, along with the fact that they are not meeting on a regular basis. And I understand at one point they even went probably 4 months without having a meeting. And then in the meetings that were had, even people like the chairperson were not present. The Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority does not provide agenda packets with backup prior to meetings. Myself and Kelly Varnado found ourselves in meetings trying to have an understanding of what was being discussed, of which we could not get the agenda packets in the meetings. And in an email that we sent to Mr. Keita Gilton, the commissioner, Danny Piku, actually refused and told Nikita Gilton that we are not to have agenda backups packets. Item number 12, complaints have been made regarding lack of maintenance to Housing Authority grounds, such as tall grass problems. We're going to have Ms. Talisa Clark, who has been involved with trying to help maintain those facilities and take care of the residents in those facilities post-Ida. And then item number 13, the final item, in a conversation, and this is going to say, when asked for a status by the parish president, the chairperson of the Housing Authority did not know the status of any projects, and that I was referred to Nikita Gilton. And this conversation happened in a phone call where I was wanting to appoint Mr. Jerome Boykin, and she called me to state that she would prefer that Mr. Jerome Boykin not be appointed to the Housing Authority Board. And I pointed to her that this is the first time, this is a year after I'd been in office, and that this was the first conversation I had with the chairperson of the Housing Authority, is asking me not to appoint somebody that I'm legally allowed to appoint. And so these are the charges at hand. Again, I don't take this lightly. I take this very seriously. When I look at my responsibilities and whatever I've dealt with boards and appointments, it's always been a conversation that the person that is appointed should represent the appointee or the person that can be the appointee, and to provide updates and work in the matter of what's best for the entire parish. Again, when you look at this, and there's been case law that says commissioners of boards have been removed for something as simple as not holding regular meetings or not following public meeting laws. Here, besides that, we have 12 other instances of situations that are going on that I feel it is with cause that these commissioners be removed from the Housing Authority as per the letter that I sent to them, and members that better represent that community and better have an understanding of what we need to do to move the housing crisis forward in Terrebonne Parish, get that opportunity as appointed by myself. That being said, I know I do have some witnesses to discuss on these different items, and I can answer questions now, or we can go to them.
Any questions from the council members? All right. Proceed with your witnesses, please.
Okay, I'd like to first call Mr. Jerome Boykin, my first witness, to discuss the lack of oversight with management and the Housing Authority's executive director, to discuss the no tenant commissioner, give his feedback on that, and to discuss the agenda packets when he would receive them and any other information that he could provide us.
And good evening. My name is Jerome Boykin. I'm one of the commissioners to the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority. I was appointed by the parish president to serve in that position. First of all, I would like to say I've served on state boards where I was appointed by two different governors, a Democratic governor and also a Republican governor. And on a parish board, I've been appointed by Democratic parish president and a Republican parish president. Also served on the Louisiana Housing Council Board, where I was appointed by the former governor, Bobby Jindal, just to give you some insight. Um, at one of our meetings that we had, the executive director had come up. It was on the agenda to give her a raise. I was the only member out of the 5 members voted not to give the executive director a raise. And the reason why I voted not to give her a raise is because, first of all, serving on all the various boards that I've served on, um, I've never seen where executive director have come up for a raise and you don't do evaluation. First time that ever happened. So that was one of my reasons. The second reason was we don't have anyone at the high rise. We only have 2 people in a circle. And matter of fact, I clearly told the executive director myself that I couldn't support the raise because it just wasn't a good look to the community. With so many people out of housing, they see us give the executive director a raise. I think we're sending the wrong message. The most important thing should be the housing, to try to get people back in housing as soon as possible. I usually get my package a couple of days, probably 4 or 5 days before every meeting that's delivered to my home. So that's all I have to say in reference to me being a witness tonight. Thank you.
All right, I would like to call my next witness, Mr. Robbie Lee, to discuss the annual reports. Make sure I think that's, here. Yes, that's it.
Could you, yeah.
Okay, I'm good to go. I need to state my name and address.
Mhm.
Robbie Lee, 600 Fairway Drive, Thibodaux, Louisiana. So I'd say about two-ish months ago, I don't remember the exact date and time. Didn't believe I'd be testifying here for this. Parish President Bergeron asked me to look at the state law to get the law to get the annual reports from the Housing Authority. I originally went to their website. It wasn't there, at least not anywhere I could find it easily. So I looked it up, saw it was at the clerk of court's office. Called the clerk of court's office, asked for the last 3 years, because that's what the law states. The law states it's supposed to be filed with the clerk of court's office. So that's what I did. I called the clerk of court's office. It was not filed there. They didn't have the last 3 years. So I went back, called again like a month later just to make sure I had all the information correct. Asked for the financial audit report over the last 3 years. They didn't have any record of it. That's all I have from my part.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'd like to call up Ms. Kelly Varnado, who is our Housing and Human Services Director, to discuss both the updates and lack of information that we received. Even though I wasn't able to attend every meeting, I either had her or Antoine, who also works for Housing and Services, attend every meeting and work as a liaison with Ms. Gilton to set up meetings and to try to work on getting a plan and get information, and to also to talk about dual roles and what was witnessed regarding who was running everything and the agenda packets.
Kelly Varnado, 226 Brianna Drive, Houma, Louisiana. I will say that anytime that I called Ms. Gilton, we did have telephone conversations. She always answered my phone call, and we did talk about things that were going on, if there were particular questions. But what the parish president was asking for was a written plan on how they were going to redevelop housing, which is something that was not ever received. As far as the pilot agreement is concerned, we have just entered into some pilot agreements with some housing developers, which sparked my memory of a pilot agreement between, it was the city of Houma and the Houma Terrebonne Housing Authority. And it's been my understanding that in the past that the executive director would come before the council and request a waiver to not have to pay those pilot fees. And as far as I know, that hasn't been done in the last several years.
Anything as far as the housing authority that you've seen, how it's-
What do you mean?
Just thought we talked about that.
You can't hear you.
I said, ask Ms. Varner, I said, the thing that we had listed down for also was the dual role executors and what you've seen, that's how the housing authority has been run with her attending the meetings. I just wanted to see if she had anything she wanted to add with that.
Yeah, and just in case it happens, what it was, we couldn't hear you.
That's fine.
It's
Yeah,
about
yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm just trying to work this.
Okay.
Always is an issue. So,
Uh,
Ms. Varner, don't have anything else? We're good.
Okay.
So as I attended the commissioners' meetings, I just observed that the commissioners would just vote according to the executive director's recommendations with very little questions about what was happening at the housing authority.
Thank you. All right, and then my last witness will be Ms. Talisa Clark, as it relates to the work that she's been and things she's witnessed related to the grounds not being maintained, tall grass problems, amongst other issues.
So Lisa Clark, 134 Morrison Avenue, Houma, Louisiana. I presented you with a jump drive with photos. I talk loud enough. I don't need the mic.
Was that presented?
Just for the record, so the recorder can hear you. I have on my phone. Like where Lonnie said. I mean, I can write email.
Are we working on getting them if you want to talk about a little bit?
Okay, so I have a passion for housing. When I moved to Houma, Louisiana, back in '83, I moved straight into public housing. So my passion is there. I've chaired as the president of the resident council. I've chaired as vice president of the resident council. I've done a lot of different things throughout the community back there, still do, even though I'm not a resident of public housing. I say that to say what? First and foremost, when you have a commissioner, if they don't know what it is to live in public housing, I don't think they should have a seat. You need to know something about housing. You need to know our walk. You need to know where we actually come from when we're dealing with public housing. The tall grass, it was a community more than just that. We were family oriented there. When grass got tall, we together as residents, youth, juveniles back there, we cut the grass together. Yes, a collaboration. It was more than just public housing. And if you live back there, you know what I mean. To have only 2 residents in Senator Circle, Bayer Towers, eyesore, a total eyesore. After Hurricane Ida, the lights stayed on there over a year. Who paid that bill? No one was occupying that development, but the lights were on as if someone was. And I hate to bring it up, someone lost their life there because it wasn't properly taken care of. It wasn't properly locked up. And I feel like me, myself, that falls on the board, the commissioners, because they had a duty to make sure that others that ran that agency did their job. They dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. I gave pictures tonight because my word is nothing. But you see those pictures? It says a lot. When I rode through Senator Circle, somewhere that I dearly love, dearly, my mother-in-law, she was a root back there. A lot of people call her mama. You smell her chicken, everything. Kids came there to eat. We played together, so I have a passion for that agency. And when things went downhill, and I'm still to this day getting calls, Mr. Lisa, what's gonna happen? We wanna come home. I'm not talking about just young adults. I'm talking about elderly people. Elderly people that wants to come home, y'all. When you go in your kitchen, you can open your refrigerator. After Hurricane Ida, me, I did it. Those pictures gonna clarify it. I'm not looking for a pat on the back from no one. Because what I did from the heart. It was like a third world country back there. Kids, parents, sitting on the porch after 9 and 10 o'clock because the lights,
We want to stick to basically what,
it's based, it all sums up. It's about the grass, tall grass, no lights.
okay.
It still sums up there. Okay,
Well, you can hook it up probably, but then we want to finish it. Uh, Yeah, you didn't present, was that presented at the time? It wasn't presented in time.
I gave
Okay.
it to the lawyer, so I guess they dropped the ball.
Let's go.
I gave it to them.
Well, no, that's not the issue. What we're gonna talk about is the tall grass.
The tall grass, but I was told anything that's on there, on that topic, I can touch on.
Yeah,
And when I say that,
I'd like to make it's not just tall grass. It is about maintenance and everything. Tall grass is just one of those items
So
listed.
that's
So
what,
thank you.
so I just want to make sure
right,
it's not just tall grass.
right.
So I brought in food because they could not cook food in Senator Circle because the lights were still off. 8 months without lights after a hurricane. Do you know what that's like? Do you know what that's like? Kids sitting on the porch, nowhere to see. They're trying to get air. It's hot. So I made calls to New Orleans. I was the president of Black Wall Street, Homer District. I called to some of the people that I could depend on. And I brought in generators to those families. Generators. We fed them. That's deplorable. It's unacceptable. And it's high time. 4 years later, still nothing done. No houses open. People still calling my phone. I'm not in public housing, and I'm not either of you. But I have a passion. It's time to bring our people home. How are you applying for grants and all these things, and we don't have people back there? We need to bring our people home. It saddens me. It sickens me. The grass is tall. We have snakes coming out of the bricks. It's not just about Senator Circle now. You have rodents, rats, you name it, going off into the offsprings of Senator Circle. Those communities deserve to be well kept as well. If you're not maintaining those units, guess what it's doing? You're allowing rats and whatnot to take over. And when they come in, they're not going to just stay there. They're going abroad. So that's my time.
Does that complete your witnesses?
That completes my witnesses. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
Mr. McGee, you have anything?
No, I'm good.
All right, any council members have anything?
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Mr. Pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I would have to direct the questions to Mr. Bazeron, I'm
Or the
assuming?
witnesses.
Or the witnesses. Oh, great. All right. So first for you, Mr. Bazeron, I took some notes here in your communication in presenting your evidence. And you made mention, if you can flip back in your notes, where you said Commissioner Mike at Downtown Joe's told you something about we just vote, right? You remember that?
Yes.
Who's Commissioner Mike?
I'm sorry. I misstated his name. So
So what is his name?
It's Mr. Burke.
Mr. Burke.
Mr. Burke. All right. I was just making sure because I didn't see
Yes.
a mic on any of the
Sorry.
on the forms there. All right. So is, also, is there a requirement for, you mentioned the chairperson for the board, never showed up at any meetings, but you did mention that the executive director was there. Is there a requirement for the chairperson to be there if the executive director can communicate what's going on there?
My-
That was
my-
just a question, I guess.
My comment is that the chairman was never available, didn't attend any meetings. When I asked her questions about what information she had, she said I had to get with Nikita Gilton. So at the end of the day, there was even some meetings of the fact that we had every other meeting and those kind of things, meetings were missed. So I'm trying to understand what the chair is doing when it comes to the housing authority with myself being the person that would appoint that position, or one of those positions, and no communication.
Okay, all right. And this is just for clarity, so I'm clear. Also, you mentioned you mentioned that I made a request to the housing authority for certain information. I did in fact do that, just want to make sure that's clear. I did not in fact receive an email reply to that, so I in turn called the housing authority and/or went to their next meeting to get clarity on that. And at that time, of course, I was satisfied with the answers that I got. Now, for Mr. Boykin, you mentioned something about you don't receive backups or whatever that was. I think it was something along those lines. But I heard Mr. Boykin mention that he receives his backup packet about 5 days before the meeting. Is that correct? Okay, all right. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I was just making sure of that. And for Miss Clark, I do in fact, and when she was talking, I pulled this up where she did. I was tagged in a Facebook post specifically about the grass situation somewhere about June of '23. I can't get a date posting of that, but I just want to read when I saw that. I'm going to read my comments that I made publicly, and you guys can go back on Facebook to pull this up. And it says, to the constituent, I won't say their name here, but if you look it up, you can see it. I replied back when she said, you need to take a look at this since this is in your district. I said, thanks for your concern. However, ironically, I was in Senator Circle a few days ago and saw this as well. Prior to this post, I had already talked to Housing Authority. After speaking with the Housing Authority, I have full confidence in their efforts to get the grass cut. Please understand it's a process in government. So I just want to make sure, I don't know if you remember that, Ms. Clark.
I do. I
but-
do remember that.
Okay.
I remember that
All right,
conversation.
so with that being said, me as a representative for that area, anytime I'm called about the housing authority, I'm over there making sure that they do what they have to do, just to make sure we're clear
That's
there.
correct. But on that note, let me say this. The housing authority didn't cut the grass. I rounded up people that used to live in Senator Circle, and those photos will give you the date, June the 23rd. Residents came together and we cut the grass. Canes, let me finish. Canes provided us food and drinks because I routed up all the people in that community, and we, the civilians, got there and we cut the grass. Housing authority didn't offer services, neither did they as much as provide a garbage bag. We did that.
Right. Okay. Now, you're 100% correct in that, but also just for the record, so you know, if you go back and look at that, that was the year prior. The next following summer is the one when I took office and made that comment. They did cut the grass that time, but you guys did rally the troops the year previous, June of '22, and cut the grass, and that's when all that took place. But specifically, I just want to make sure we're clear on
Yes.
what I'm interpreting here.
Yes,
So,
you're correct.
But we're good.
Mr.
Okay.
Pledger, if you
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind, I'd like to respond to the conversation about the chairperson being at the meetings. If you look at Article 3, Section 2 of the bylaws, it says the chairman shall preside at all meetings.
But it's a meeting that you said you called.
Right, that's a meeting, all meetings.
How are they going to preside at a meeting you call?
I've reached out to the housing
I
authority
got
to
you.
have the
Thanks.
meeting.
No problem. I have no further questions.
No questions?
Danny's got something to clear
Okay,
up.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that when we go, and no disrespect intended, when we go forward, if we have questions to ask, we're supposed to be asking questions, not having commentary, all right? So I think that if a witness comes up, and as a council person, we have the authority to ask them a question, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
So at this time, Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, councilmen and women. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to present to y'all today and to go through this unusual process. It's not only unusual for, I think, Terrebonne Parish, it's pretty unusual for the state of Louisiana. It's a very rare occurrence. We have this sort of procedure. I had actually wrote down a bunch of stuff I was going to say, and I'm going to get to it, but Mr. Babin said something in the previous agenda item on this hearing that I thought was very important to highlight. When y'all are discussing whether y'all should hire your own attorney, Mr. Babin made the comment that would only create more controversy and increase expenses. I want to be very clear with you. If you uphold President Bazeron's removal, you are creating more controversy and more legal expenses. So if that's your goal, Mr. Babin, you honestly need to vote against the uphold, because if that's what is important to you as a councilman, then you need to stand with the commissioners, because litigation is following if this is upheld. Just want to be very clear with everybody, because they have done absolutely nothing wrong. And I'm really here for two purposes. The first one is to clear the name of these board members. You know, I see Mr. Campo, he writes great articles for the Houma Courier. My grandfather worked at the Houma Courier as an editor, 50 years, was the wartime editor of the Houma Courier. I have a lot of respect for what they do. But he wrote an article this morning, I'm gonna take issue with one part of it. He wrote that this was about these commissioners being fired from their jobs. That's wrong. And he does a great job, I'm not reflecting on him. This isn't their job. These men and women are volunteers, unpaid. They give of their time to serve their community. They're long-standing residents of this community. They give their time, their effort, and their experience to their board. That's what this is about. And you're telling them, we're removing you from this position that you don't get paid for. All right? I mean, like, I want y'all to understand what the stakes are and the purpose of it is, and I want to be very even more clear on this issue and this point. You heard from 4 witnesses, and their names are only mentioned twice. They neglected all their duties, and their names are only mentioned twice. The first one was a disagreement over a pay raise. Well, I got news for you, councilmen, councilwomen. There's disagreements on pay raises in every organization that I've ever been a part of, especially executive director. If that's a reason to remove them, then we need to start rounding up a lot of organizations and start bringing them in front of you for them to be removed. Mr. Boykin could be right. They could be right. That's not the purpose. A real disagreement over the executive director's pay is healthy and normal for an organization. But the fact that they disagreed doesn't mean anything. That does not check the box of the obligations of did they neglect their duty. Now, they did go into executive session. They said something about evaluation, blah, blah, blah. I've been a member of a lot of boards. We usually, depends on the size of the board, depends on the size of the organization. It depends on a whole host of factors of how that evaluation process goes. Some of them are super formal with grading scales and blah, blah, blahs. And some of them are real simple. You go in an executive session and say you did a good job and we think you deserve a raise. That's what happened. Doesn't mean they weren't evaluated. They've been going through the process with them. The second time they talked about it, I think it was an observation that they didn't ask a lot of questions in the meeting that they attended. Okay, that may or may not be true, I have no idea. But that does not mean they neglected their duty. Board members are different. I serve on a lot of boards like Mr. Bazeron. I serve with a lot of board members who don't ask a single question, but they read everything, they're very observant, and they find their opportunities to contribute to the board. So if that's the standard, You better haul in a lot of people into here to say you didn't ask enough. What's the quota? 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 a meeting? I mean, this is completely arbitrary and hearsay on what kind of observation we had at a meeting that I attended. Second, I'm gonna get into some more details about it. I think it's really important to go over, and look, I saw some mention of it. The other thing I thought was interesting is that there was a lot of discussion about Nikita, the executive director. Well, she's not in front of you to be removed. Like, let's be clear, right? But that also tips your hand what this is truly about. This is not about whether these board members did their jobs as they saw fit with their experience. This is about a parish president and an executive director getting to a disagreement over FEMA funding, right? Well, let's be honest. We can be honest. We can all, I don't think there's a single person in this room who thinks anything differently. Like, and I know that you don't either. So what we're doing is we're dragging these people, their names, through the mud because of that disagreement. Now, I want to be also very clear with all of y'all. If not getting FEMA money to fund your projects is a sin, I think everybody in this room needs to go to confession tomorrow. Right? Me too. I mean, when I drive by West Park and I see 8028, which is a public building with the roof still not on it, are you hauling them in front of your council meeting to have whoever's responsible for that? That's a public building. The answer is going to be waiting on FEMA. I've heard the parish president himself in multiple interviews saying we're not doing this because we're waiting on FEMA. Well, let me tell you, the short story of all this long story of blah, 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 and blah, 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 waiting on FEMA. That's what this is about. And there ain't a person on earth that can make that move faster than what FEMA wants to move at. There are organizations bigger, stronger, with more resources, better consultants, more consultants, waiting on FEMA. Right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. So I'm going to go through it a little bit. We have this book for you, and I kind of got into some of it. Also, I want to say they brought up something about the fees. That's actually by statute. They don't have that. It's exempt. It's Louisiana Revised Statute 490 on tax exemptions. They don't have to come in front of you to ask for the fees. That's all exempt by statute, but that's either here nor there. We have this booklet for you. Also, go to grass cutting. Ms. Clark brought that up. In your package that we gave for you, there's a contract. They hire grass people like you do. So that's, again, like last year when I complained that Maple Street Park grass wasn't being cut, we didn't haul anybody in here to have them removed as board members, right? Because the contract, it rained a lot, and they couldn't get a contractor out there, and the days didn't line up. Again, what I'm trying to set the page for y'all is every organization, especially public entities, have issues. And look, I identify with Ms. Clark and all of her struggles. I want to be really clear. I love Talisa. I know her from outside of here, and I know she's passionate about what she does. And I have full faith that it's been a struggle and it's been terrible, and those residents need something, right? And that's not what this is about. I mean, it's about that, but these board members today, they're doing everything they can in their power to make that happen. And they're as upset and as frustrated as anybody else is, right? Nothing happens fast enough. I was in government long enough, nothing happens fast enough. If you go to, I would like y'all to look at the board members themselves. This one, they didn't have a page number, but there's nice pictures. You can probably find it pretty quickly. It's going to show you that Ms. Chauvin, can you stand up for a second just so you can see who she is? Look, she's a graduate of Terrebonne High School. She actually served as an assistant to the executive director. She's a member of Mardi Gras Cruise. She's out here just because she knows the process. She's done it. That's why she's on the board. No reason other than that. I have Mr. Danny Piku over here in the corner. Y'all probably know Mr. Piku. He's been involved with so many different organizations in this parish. On his free time, he likes to bring veterans from outside of Louisiana down to come fish in Cocodrie. He started a whole nonprofit around it. He runs Patriots Board. I mean, he's retired. He's an 80-year resident of this area. He's been a board member of the Council of Aging. This is not somebody who neglects his duty. I'm not going to make these two gentlemen stand because they have difficulties. This is, I know you can. I just don't want to make you do it. Mr. Jean can stand. We know that, but I don't want to make him get up and down. And Mr. Donald. Y'all probably know Mr. Jean. Look, I met Mr. Jean because I walked to the coffee shop from my office, and he's there every morning holding court with all of his buddies, listening about what's going on in Houma. There's nobody more plugged into Terrebonne Parish than Mr. Jean. I'll be honest with you. And Mr. Donald, he's the one that had a lot of accusations about him that I think were really unfair, to be honest with you, and probably needs his name cleared up the most. He was a resident. He got displaced because of the hurricane. He has medical issues, had a stroke, and has been around the state being shuffled from one place to another, but he's on a voucher, which qualifies him as a resident. By the standard that y'all are putting out there, you want to remove a man whose medical condition and the lack of housing that they're trying to fix means he can no longer serve on the board? This has been cleared by HUD, and HUD has no issues. And that's a really big, important fact. Nothing the parish president has put in front of you has any finding of fact from HUD. Not one single thing. HUD has no problems. In fact, it's sort of kind of ironic, right? HUD thinks Nikki is doing such a great job. They asked her, which is in your packet in email, to go help out and run Doosan because they think she's doing a good job. Right? That's what you want in life. Hey, you're doing a good job in Terrebonne Parish. Come help us out in Doosan. Right? But now we're going to try and punish her, all cleared by HUD. You can see it in the email. We've done this, and this. HUD's okay with it. And to give you a little background, I know I'm going all over the place with this, but to circle it back, these housing authorities are HUD organizations. These are HUD creations. It's like the Terrebonne General Hospital. Those are really organizations that were created by the federal government to receive federal dollars. So HUD is really the agency here we're talking about. They give the money, they do everything. The raises come from HUD. All the stuff we're talking about, they're not mismanaging your tax dollars. They're mismanaging, if they are anything, the federal tax dollars is all about HUD. And HUD said, no, everything's cool. We like it. So everything they've done has been blessed by HUD. There have been a couple conversations about this bylaw, that bylaw. Guys, they're a policy-making board. Whatever policy they set forth changes the bylaw. They can do whatever they want as a policy. It's not unusual for an organization, I've served on several boards, where we say, you know what, we really don't need to meet once a month. We can handle this in 2 months. And you meet every 2 months. That's approved by HUD. No problem. They said their salary, the allegation was that she is supposed to be done, she got a 5-year contract instead of a 2-year. Well, 5-year comports to state law. No violation there. And 5-year was approved by HUD, and they approved the pay raise as well. So, there's really nothing there. At the end of the day, and I want to get to something that's really important, because the one that I thought has some, at least, I don't want to say merit, because I don't think anything has merit, but the one thing that I think sounds like it has merit, right, is these reports were not filed. Well, we have evidence, and we'll put it before you. They were sent. They were sent since 2013. They just weren't put in the right place. And let's really back up and think about that for a second, okay? Let's put our thinking caps on, and Nikki is the one responsible for doing that. Like Michelle is responsible for filing things for you, or Jason is Mr. Parish President is responsible for doing for you. If you don't know that he didn't file it, how do you hold him accountable? Do they have any correspondence that says they were made aware of that issue? They're supposed to know it in their minds? Like, because let's be clear, they're not responsible for filing that document. They don't create it, they don't prepare it, they don't have nothing to do with it, because that's how organizations work. I don't know a board involved who is responsible for every filing. They're supposed to know about it, and if it doesn't get done, they're the ones who are out. Now, they have legal counsel. The legal counsel didn't catch it, didn't make them aware of it, didn't apprise it. It's going on for 13 years, and frankly, nobody here made it apprise me. They received no letters saying this report. Have y'all checked to see if the rec boards have filed everything they're supposed to with y'all? I would venture to say no. I have a strong suspicion no. Have you hauled their board members up here for this show trial? No. So that's a standard. And the reason why I'm going over this with all y'all is because if you choose to uphold this, the ramifications are far beyond these 4 poor volunteers. Who's going to want to serve on a public board in this parish? I wouldn't. I serve on something I'm thinking about getting off, to be honest with you. I don't want somebody calling me here and say, Tanner, did you know the executive director was supposed to file Form 2-25 and he filed Form 218? What'd you do about it? I didn't know. Right? I mean, doesn't this make sense? And look, I want to also be very clear. A lot of conversation about no communication. A perfect world, we're singing and we're communicating with everybody. Everybody's getting along. It's kumbaya, right? It ain't a perfect world. There's no duty. If you can find it, a duty to talk to one another, their duty is to her and the board members here, not to the parish president. That's not a statute. It's not even one of your bylaws. Definitely not theirs. So we're going to haul everybody here who doesn't want to meet with the parish president that's on a board? I serve on a board. If I don't want to meet with them, I don't want to meet with them. That's not right. I don't know boards where everybody shows up every time the parish president calls them and requests a meeting, that we're supposed to have all of them, or the chairpersons there. I mean, that's an insane standard that we're going to set for these people that you're setting. If you remove them, this is the standard going forward for every single board member, every single chairperson that serves in a public body. The parish president called me, I didn't show up. I'm gone. We want reports. That's great. They're not obligated to send them. That's the issue. You're not here to decide, hey, I think she should do that for her job. That's not what your choice is today. Your choice is, was she required or was he required to do something on that board? As board members, Ms. Gilton has nothing to do with today. Any failure she has, maybe they hold her accountable in other ways. We don't know that. And it also gets to the heart of the matter. You're not supposed to. This whole process was set up to have some political separation between the parish president and these public organizations. I mean, if we're just going to hire and fire them on stuff we make up, then why have them at all? Just everybody work for y'all. The idea is to get politics out of it. And you're injecting politics into it. If one of y'all think that these 4 members did something for political reasons, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. That these people did something out of just their own dedication, genuine desire to serve their community and to serve the constituents of Terrebonne Parish. They don't run for office. They don't pay for anything. That's it. So I'm happy we're going to go through it. I do have the consultant here because they did prepare reports. I've already forgot the consultant group's name. Salsa. I like to have him come up and answer a lot of questions for y'all. The commissioners are here. They have nothing to say, really. They don't want to be here, as you can imagine. I wouldn't want to be here either if I was them. But I didn't want y'all to think they were hiding and they were scared to come and talk to y'all and answer any questions you may have, because they know they didn't do anything wrong. So they're here. They don't have anything to say. I think I said it all. We have a booklet that goes through. It'll show you, if you read it. I was supposed to go page by page with y'all, but I went off on tangents. It's really good information that they put together. Shows like bi-weekly updates are in there of what the consultants were sending about what's going on. It gives you the FEMA reports on everything that's been taking place, where it stands in the process. I don't want to take away from you, but you can please outline, and I'd love you particularly talk about.
Mr. McGee,
Yes,
Mr. Babin has a question for you.
for me? Yeah, love it.
Yeah, sure. You mentioned earlier, and I have a question. You mentioned earlier that I said about cost involved with attorneys, okay? And you did an eloquent job here tonight, and there's a disagreement between attorneys. My question is, did I not have other reasons why I felt about that, or did you just cherry pick that particular one?
Mr. Babin, let me put it this way. I have complete faith that you have more reasons than that.
Okay, all right.
What I wanted to highlight, though, that it is a concern of yours, and it's not the first time you've brought up, because that's good. It should be a good concern of yours. Keeping the litigation costs of Terrebonne Parish down, I think, is a worthy goal. I just want you to be aware that siding with the parish president's matter is going to increase the cost of litigation.
We're trying to deal with the issue.
Okay, but just a second. We have ability to ask questions.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second.
Let's not make it personal.
No,
This is not personal. Tan and I are friends. Okay.
Absolutely.
And we agree that I have more reasons on
Absolutely.
that.
Almost like an uncle to me, to be honest with you.
You highlighted that one. The second one was, and then don't take this one personal, but you said if you don't vote this way, we are going to sue. That's a statement or a threat?
It's a fact.
Okay.
And the fact is, it's very serious. And look, it's not a threat. The fact is, I have reviewed everything. There is nothing that rises to the record of a neglect of duty. And you have to find something in there that said they did not do a duty and they neglected it. Not a mistake, not an accident. Like they just were like, I don't want to do that. And so that's a high burden, and I've reviewed the record. There's nothing there. Any decision you would be making, and it's my personal opinion, but it's also based on legal advice and legal thing, is that any decision you make contrary would be arbitrary and capricious based on the record before you. And so that is from behalf of my clients, I'm going to protect them and their rights, and it's going to come with an injunction to keep them as the board members, that this decision made by this council was arbitrary and capricious, that y'all ignored the clear record in front of you, that you only focused on the actions of Mrs. Gilton, and you did not focus on the actions of the board members. And the record's pretty clear about that. The parish president made his case. It's scant for mention of board members.
Mr. Chamberlain has a question for you also.
Hello, Tanner.
Hey.
Thank you. So the two things that you talked about is the same things that I think are really important, which is not filing the annual reports, and so explain to me how they were. You said they were filed, but they weren't filed in the right place.
They were sent. They were transmitted
to the parish,
to the administration. We have Nikki can explain where, who, and how, and sent it.
I'd like to know more about that. And then the second
But the important thing is, though, you can't. It's like trying to hold you accountable for something Michelle should have done,
right?
And you don't know about it,
right? But at some point, well, okay, I have questions about that. And then the second part, you were talking about the bylaws and that they can. If the bylaw says they meet monthly, they don't have to meet monthly. But why don't we just change the bylaws? It's really easy to do. So
two things. First of all,
you have bylaws for a reason, right?
Absolutely. But hold on. Let's back up. I want to go back to the filing of the reports.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really important to know that the actual reports themselves show, and the exact quote is, no material audit findings.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. They're not trying to hide something from you. If you have an audit report that good, you really want to show the world to it, right? It's kind of like how all their agendas are posted online and access to the public, and we kind of ignored that and made it sound like they're hiding agendas or something. I put a copy in that of your packet too of the agendas. Going back to the bylaws, but if you've served in an organization, bylaws like y'all spent, 30 minutes tonight not knowing if it was a resolution, an ordinance, when it was filed, was 25 years ago, does it comply with the charter? Y'all had no clue. So I don't want to be disrespectful to you, Mr. Champagne, but you don't know every ordinance and you don't know everything, but you're a policy-making board. If you make a new ordinance, it replaces the old ordinance. In the legislature, we call it the last expression of the law. So what we would actually do, Mr. Champagne, is we would actually change ourselves in the course of a session without repealing the last law. We would just put it in the budget bill because it was the last one filed. This is common that happens across all legislating. Again, even if they should have done it that way, perfect best practice, it's not neglect of duty.
And I'm not arguing that, but their bylaws are 3 pages, which we all got copies of, and our charter is a lot longer than that. So it's a lot,
If there's an obligation for you to know it all, or there's an obligation, I can't help you. Either there's an obligation or there's not. I don't know if I agree with you that the amount of it and you're also sort of paid to be here. They're all volunteering their time.
Before I go to Mr. Pleasure, Mr. McGee and Ms. Neal, we both agreed that we want to actually trying to go through a process to maintain some order.
Mm-hmm.
So after Mr. Pleasure, we're going to actually try to maintain that order that we discussed.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. McGee, I have a couple questions here for you. Based on your presenting to us, you said that Mr. Sherman, or based on the allegations in the parish president's accounts, it states that Mr. Sherman isn't considered a tenant resident, but you mentioned that based on a voucher,
He's
that
on a voucher
qualifies him to
because
be
he has medical conditions and they don't have a place for him. Obviously, that's why we're talking today. So he's on a voucher and he stays. I always forget the name of the facility right there on Main Street.
So that makes him still basically a resident.
According to HUD, he is a tenant member.
Okay. Thanks. And I have another question.
I mean, by the logic, I mean, and Mr. Ledger, I want to answer this. By the logic of the parish president, only 2 people in Terrebonne Parish can serve on the board.
Got it. So also you mentioned that the executive director
And those buildings have been condemned that the 2 live in, by the way. Nobody's supposed to be living in them. They're supposed to have been evicted, but they're still staying there. I just want y'all to know that the 2 people they want y'all to do are basically squatting.
Okay. Okay, my next question is, the executive director is in essence, from what I'm hearing, she's running, and of course, this is not about her, but I'm asking a question based on your accounts of what you said, that she's, based on the allegations, the board was allowing her, the executive director, their report, to oversee Doosan as reported in the allegations, correct?
Correct.
But did I hear you correct that the HUD is allowing her to oversee or some other housing authority as well? So that's,
No, it's 2. It's just that one and Doosan. They recruited her to go to Doosan to do both. HUD asked her to do it. And that's in the email that I sent y'all where it's called.
okay, yeah, and I'm just making sure I'm clear. It's here, home of Terrebonne. Is the board aware that she's
Yes.
got that, has that?
Absolutely, because they talked to HUD and made sure that HUD was okay with it, that was kosher, and HUD said there's no problem with that for her in the interim to handle both positions.
So do the board talk about that at meetings where they
Oh,
say,
absolutely, it's
well,
been
hey,
discussed, and that they were apprised of everything along the way, and they have legal counsel who also advised that it was not a violation of any sort of HUD regulation or any legal statute, and so in an advice of counsel like we take, and advice of HUD, they permitted it to happen. And look, I'm not telling you what I think anybody should do. I think if the agency that basically makes your existence, right? I mean, without HUD, you don't have the housing authority. All the funds come from HUD. If they're telling you or asking you to do something, I'd do it. Like if FEMA called me tomorrow and said, Tanner, we want you part-time to be legislator, part-time be lawyer, and we also want you to be a FEMA director in South Lake Charles, I'd be like, yep, I'm gonna do it. Because I think if I get in the organization and they like me, I'm probably gonna get better money for my parish, right? So I don't necessarily think it's a negative thing that we want to make it out to be.
okay. And one last question, whose responsibility is it to give the executive director a raise, and are there any guidelines in doing so?
So Ms. Giltner got a 4% raise that was approved by HUD that was in line with all the other employees got.
Employees at the housing authority?
Yes, they've got a 4% raise and she got one as well.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm good.
So we're going into Ms. Kim.
Okay, so my questions would actually be to some of the board members, and I'm not sure if you're gonna allow.
No, they want to come talk. I mean, they don't want to come talk, to be honest with you. This is not their arena.
But I'm trying to figure
Sure.
out what, like, do they know certain things? Do they not know certain things? Because now we're in the part where.
Sure. Why don't the executive director come? I mean, not the executive director, the chairperson. She's probably the best person.
Okay.
Well, and that's the point that we're trying to make. We want to actually have you present your case, but then see, when you have your witnesses, some of these questions that we have to ask.
Sure.
We have an opportunity to ask the question, but we're trying to get everyone in with an order. You guys agree to that. You know what I mean? You present your case, you know what I mean? And once you present your case, then the parish president has an opportunity. Once you present all your witnesses, he has his opportunity. Then the council has their opportunity to ask those questions. So if they have to get someone else to come back up here, we're trying to get through this process in that order.
Mr. Chairman, I had called the consultant to come up here, and Mr. Babbitt had a question.
Yeah, and that's how we got off track. And that's what we want to do, is just get back on track and take care of what we agreed to.
So do you want the consultant to come up and maybe he can answer questions, or do you want?
He may be able to, but I do have some for.
Yeah, let's start with the process. You presenting your case, get your witnesses over here. Then Mr. Bergeron has his opportunity, and as we observe the questioning and answering, then the council get involved.
Okay. So I'll go with the consultant, and if they don't answer questions, I'll bring her back up. Is really what it.
Actually, it's the board members that I would be more interested, because we're talking about.
Sure, and I'll do.
Yeah, but we're talking about board members, so I would prefer.
Yeah,
and he may be back up soon.
I'm just having a conflict of what you want versus what the chairman wants. So that's the only. I'm trying to.
Okay, I get it. but my questions really will be towards board members because this is where it was brought to
Let's go for
as
it.
board members. Okay.
Ms.
So,
Neal. Ms. Neal.
Yes, thank you. I think that Mr. McGee he has spoken for the board members. I don't know that Mr. McGee expects the board members to come up and give their own testimony.
They're not.
Is
That's
that
why
right?
they're only here to answer questions if you have
So
one.
I think at this point, you've spoken on behalf of your commissioners, and now would be, if it's okay with the chair, would be, because they're not coming back up.
Right, but he has his
She'll answer the
witnesses.
questions. I don't want her to hide. No, I don't want her to hide. I don't want her to hide. So I'll call her as my first witness. Because I want to make sure that we do this, Ms. Chauvin.
yeah.
Ms. Cheryl's gonna be my first witness. Ms. Cheryl, can you mind if I ask the questions? And if you have one, since I'm representing my case,
Okay.
Ms. Cheryl, can you please explain to them the amount of conversations you have with each other, with the executive director, why y'all meet bi-monthly, how much y'all know, and how? Thank you.
Be happy to. And also, before I answer that, Mr. Bryan had talked about the other work that she's doing with Doosan. She did have to get board approval on that as well as HUD. So we were all very aware of it. So I just wanted to add that. Okay, we are in contact with Nikki a lot. If she's gonna be out, she calls us. She's going on vacation, she calls us. We're always aware of her whereabouts. We have a good relationship, and if she can't get a hold of me, she'll call the vice chair, Danny. So we all together on that. Now, I forgot, what was the other thing you told me, tell me about?
Why y'all do bi-monthly board meetings?
Oh, yeah, bi-monthly. We decided to go to bi-monthly to save money because we have to have our attorney present every board meeting. And it's expensive, it's writing time as well as the meeting. We never know how long the meeting's gonna last. We have no tenants, work goes on even though we don't have the tenants. And we felt like if need be, we could call an emergency board meeting, like if something would come up that had to be addressed right away. So that's why we do the bi-monthly. And some agencies do quarterly. I mean, it's not anything really set in stone. We've always had monthly. But because of Ida and, it's just not as much on the agenda. So every other month, it seems to work well right now. Any other questions?
Am I gonna be allowed to
Yeah.
speak? Am I gonna be allowed to ask
Yes,
questions?
go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So one of the things that came up in the parish president's letter was that you guys had received $28 million, but that you had not, that you didn't have a plan. Had the board discussed a plan
Of
for
course.
this 28 million? So
But
you
we
have a
can't-
plan?
We have a plan we're thinking about, but we don't know what money we're gonna get from FEMA. So we have this money, and it's grown a little bit because of interest. But until FEMA pays us, and that's why the high rise is still standing. They're still doing assessments, they're still going to look at it. We want as much money as we can. Even if 28 million sounds like a lot of money, it's, not really a lot. I don't think the high rise was fully insured to what it should have been. And of course, property has gone up a lot. So we're just playing a sit and wait game like everybody else with FEMA. That's it. And, when I had my conversation with Mr. Bergeron, I told him that. I said, it's not the board's fault and it's not Nikki's fault. We're waiting on FEMA. And this has been the case since Ida. Of course, we all want to see housing back. We know we have displaced residents, but you just you gotta go with FEMA. They make you jump through hoops and you gotta go their way or you don't get anything.
Okay, I understand. What data does the board have on what is needed as far as housing for Terrebonne Parish?
I think probably Nikki could answer that better. We're looking at different things right now. But here again, we don't know how. Personally, myself, I retired at the Housing Authority, okay? And when I worked there, it looked like every time you turned around, we had repairs to elevators. Every time you turned around. And it was hard for the elderly to, go up, move up, and whatever. So I had told her that my ideal picture was to have one story. Kind of like assisted living, it's pretty big. But you have one story, you need a lot of acres. So with acres comes money, and not knowing what money we have coming, it's just a real big question mark. That's all I can tell you. We have to wait.
No, I understand that part of it, but do you know the need of the amount of housing that we would need?
Replacement housing for what we had before.
Okay.
I think it was 519 total. I think the high rise was 300.
Okay.
Am I right? Yeah, 300 at the high rise.
And so you have that many that are needing the housing now?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for her, if I may, because we good?
Yeah, we want it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're in order. Question for you is, you said that, and I also heard Tanner say, that you don't have, well, you said that you don't have residents. But
We have
Mr.
two,
Tanner says we
but
have
they're
two
illegal.
residents that are,
Not supposed to be there.
but I saw them myself people live back
They're
there,
not
so
supposed to be there.
how are they not supposed to be there?
Well, first of all, that's in litigation, so I really would prefer, one of the issues that you're going to find across the problem is the lack of humations. A lot of this stuff is legal, and that's in litigation right now. They're trying to have them not live there. I mean, but I mean, I don't know how to say any other way than that, but having her testify on something that may be used in a court case would be really bad for everybody. But let's just say the position of the board, their attorney is, you have two squatters living there, they're not supposed to be there.
Right, because the reason for my question is, if the allegation says that we have two people that are residents that are back there, which I've seen people back there living there, and you're informing me that that they're not supposed to be there, it's in litigation. All right, I get it. Okay, you can't talk about that. I get it, thanks.
Yeah.
That answers your question.
Could you please make your approach with your witnesses and things like that, and then Mr. Bergeron has an opportunity, then the council come back. Please present your case with your witnesses, please.
Sure. I do want to say, my last thing I do want to add is that we didn't bring it up in the original, it's in the packet that we provided you, Mr. Pledger. But you know this, and everybody on here knows this. One of the other reasons besides waiting on FEMA money is that y'all are also waiting on FEMA money to take down your emergency equipment that's on top of the building. So they can't tear it down until that's taken down. I know that there's been some discussion about what would happen, or this, that, or the other, but let me be clear, they've been advised, if they don't do it properly, then they've created liability for y'all to sue them. So whether you have a different position, you have a different thing, that's fine, but that's the position of the board, is that they would like y'all to take that down before they tear down the building as well. I want y'all to be aware that that is a huge issue that in their mind. And I'd like to now call the consultant.
Jamie McDaniel, with the Sulzer Group, 2252 Beach Drive, Gulfport, Mississippi. Do you have questions for me?
Yes. Is there a way I can ask some questions without having to share the microphone?
Yeah. And not on that, you can actually have this seat if you can
That's
actually
fine.
operate from there. And then we can actually control that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you're there. Just press. Okay. Hey.
Got me?
Yeah, we good.
Can you walk them through what you were hired to do, what you're retained to do, with data you've collected, issues with HUD, and any reports that you provided to both the parish and the housing authority in work in progress?
For one of the first things I want to say, it goes back to the $28 million. So when in the FEMA process, if you get money from your insurance, that's a part of the equation. If you do a repair and only repair part of we'll say a building that's damaged, you take the insurance money and do a repair on it, then you are potentially jeopardizing the rest of your funding if it's not a complete plan. And so, I mean, I'll take, when we look at this, once we get the total amount that we are going to receive from FEMA and what we have from the insurance company and develop a full plan, we submit that to FEMA, and then they will approve that plan, and then we can move forward. In the meantime, what we're doing, so let me go back and answer your question. What we were hired to do is to work through the grants process, through the FEMA grants management, and then later on in subsequent amendment to our contract, we do project management, construction management as well. So, and we work with HUD in order to make sure we are, we're in alignment with what their expectation is and their regulations.
So is it fair to say that you were hired to develop a plan to replace the housing in Terrebonne Parish by the Housing Authority, to be their consultant on that?
That's correct.
So you are been hired and retained by the board and the executive director to formulate a plan using your expertise, and I'm sure you've done it somewhere else besides, this is not your first job, right?
That's correct.
Can you please tell them a little bit more about your consultancy and what y'all do?
Okay.
And
Well, our consulting firm, we have multiple facets of it. So we've done project management from New Mexico to New York and Boston and here and since Katrina. One of the things we have done is we have engineers and architects that are on staff and help with some of that initial planning. What we also have done is worked with the Housing Authority and hired architects and engineering to develop plans. And we reach out in multiple different ways. So we work with the architects, we get the vision of what the potential for the rehousing the folks, whether that be relocation or building back on Senator Circle. And again, we have multiple steps of that process. Say if we get the opportunity to build back in place, or it's a repair versus replacement. If we repair, then we stay in the same place, and we haven't got the final word on if we're going to get repair or replacement on these. If you have the opportunity to replace, then you can take that money and replace the units where they are, or you can relocate if it's in a special flood hazard area.
you
Or
said word that FEMA has to approve that, right?
that's correct.
So you're waiting on FEMA to make that decision. This
That's
is not
correct.
an internal board decision. I want to be clear.
That's correct.
And y'all would love to do a lot of things, but you have to wait for FEMA approval, correct?
That's correct. And if we move without FEMA approval, then we jeopardize our funding for the agency.
Any more questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Bergeron, any questions?
I'm gonna wait and ask questions, if you don't mind, after we get through witnesses.
Well, also, did you provide reports to Mr. Badgeron's office or to anybody in the administration before?
I have Mr. Bergeron was on there and Ms. Kelly as well.
How often have you provided those reports?
There were several times, but also when Ms. Kelly would attend the meetings, I spoke with her on numerous occasions as well. So not verbally and in writing.
So my question would be, did we not agree to regularly scheduled emailed reports, of which we only received 2?
That's
I get an
I
email
don't-
that says that.
I'm not sure how many reports you received, but that's true. We never got a response. Well, I didn't get a response on the report. One time you did redline, like you mentioned earlier, but yes, that is correct.
Well, and I didn't respond due to get the next report and the next report. But once I quit receiving reports, and again, we were sending our representatives to the meetings, every meeting, to get what information that we could. But again, a simple request of asking that a regularly scheduled email report get sent out did not happen.
So, does Terrebonne Parish government pay you for anything?
No, sir.
Any report you provide is just out of goodwill, correct?
Yes, sir. In the spirit of cooperation.
And agree to.
Mr. Hamlin.
Mr., what was your last name again?
McDaniel.
McDaniel.
Yes, sir.
since you're the project manager and a consultant, then you would be the obvious person to know what the plan is for Senator Circle and the high rise, if it's a rebuild versus a fully um, um, uh, demolition, a full demolition, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. With knowing that we got about 600 people still without housing here in Terrebonne Parish 4 years after Ida, how much of that of the money has FEMA given you or given the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority to actually that is expendable at this time? That a project can be worked on at this time?
So I would say 2 weeks ago, we got a first approval. So
Uh-huh.
you do the repair versus replacement. It's a 50% analysis. On the first 19 buildings, we did get the approval for the replacement of those buildings, and that was about $4.35 million. We have other projects in with FEMA right now for
Mhm.
Senator Circle. I think.
So you have $4.3 million that is approved for building of affordable housing for people that are that can come back and live in these in the housing. What's the plan? Obviously, 4 years later, y'all have a plan for when that money starts coming in. What's the plan? 2 weeks later for to start building.
Well, there's a few things, and I said 4.3, and I am under oath, so I want to make sure it's around $4 million.
You can use round figures.
Okay, I'm just saying I was under oath. I don't want to. So
Do we have, in other words, do we have an architectural rendering of some housing that's going to be built? Where
Yes,
is
sir.
it?
I do believe, is that in the packet? So I did, we do have some email renderings from an architect. And so one of the things that you want to do, because the packet that we sent in, it had spotted, it was the units that we sent in. There were some on the north side, some on the south side, east, and you don't want to just rebuild those in a place. We're trying to get that holistic approach, because if you start the housing on those 19 units, if you build them in an area and then, 2 months later, you start demoing it. Once you get in, 2 months later, you start demoing a house next to them, it creates a bad environment. So what we're trying to do is get that more holistic approach and make sure we're not going to disrupt. So to put people in housing is very important. But we have come up with some ways, you mean to talk about insurance? Okay. What Nikki and the board, we've talked about is there's 19 units that we're using insurance money to rebuild. And we are weighing out the substantially damaged. So in the FEMA process, you have 50% damage, which is a replacement, but in the NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, you have substantially damaged. So if it costs more than 50% of the value, then you have to replace it, and you have to elevate it all to code and standards. So with that, we are working on a plan right now to get units back in. We have a scope of work to get 19 units back going. We anticipated to get an request for proposals in for those 19 units. We expect it to be in June, but it looks like it's going to go into July, so we can get 19 units back online as quickly as possible. 19 buildings, not 19 units, I'm sorry, 19 buildings.
Clarify that for me, 19 buildings versus 19 units.
So units, so sometimes some buildings have 2 units in them, some might have
Okay.
3. So it's actually.
Duplexes versus a
Yes, sir.
single or a triplex?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nikki originally wanted to do 40 units, 40 individual units, which could be 19, 20 buildings, depending on the layout. But we're also weighing that out, is it going to meet the National Flood Insurance substantially damaged? And so what we're doing from the beginning is anticipating that meeting substantial damage and elevating those units from the beginning. So, but that also requires HUD approval, not just FEMA approval. This is going through insurance, so FEMA's not, we're taking FEMA out of that equation and working with HUD. And so we should, because of the recent shakeup in HUD, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because of the who's going to approve that. So, but we will have a request for proposals out in the next several weeks.
Several weeks or several days?
Several weeks.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Mr. Trusclair.
Yes. Am I correct, Mr. McDaniels?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My question is, did any one of these board members or commissioners or board members instruct you to not send in the reports that the parish president just said?
No, sir.
said They did not.
No, sir.
So they can't be held liable in this hearing because you didn't send a report that may or may not have been asked for.
No, sir. So just to be clear, I give my report at the board meetings. However, I take my direction from the executive director. They don't direct me in the way. They might go through Nikki to direction, but I take my direction from the executive director.
And that's what I thought. Thank you.
Mr. Walden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McDaniel, you and your firm, would you say that y'all are experts in this field?
Yes, sir.
Experts. So with your expertise, and how long have you been involved with this board in this area?
Just over 3 years, I would imagine.
3 years. And in those 3 years, you're kind of the go-between from the board to FEMA. You kind of make that work. Is that what happens? Is that part of what you do?
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm on weekly meetings with FEMA, and then whenever we have a board meeting, I give them a report, and also Nikki's the housing authority staff are involved in those meetings as well. But yes, sir, that's what I do. I'm a liaison for the most part from FEMA to the board.
And you've been involved with all aspects of Terrebonne Parish as far as the damage?
Yes, sir. We had a contract with the the TPCG on their category A, which is debris and the emergency protective measures.
Yes, sir.
And I also had the district attorney's office.
So I guess as an expert in 3 years, has anybody on this board or any actions that they've taken or anything at all you would consider that hindered the process?
No, sir. They've been nothing but helpful and supportive and inquisitive as well. I mean, I see the frustration, but no, sir, they haven't done anything to hinder the progress. No, sir.
And I understood you to say in good faith working with the administration. Do you feel like you've worked in good faith with them, or would you say maybe not?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, that's in order for us to stay in business, we absolutely have to make sure that the applicant's taken care of and working in good faith.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any more council members? Mr. Walden, you pressed again? You requesting to speak again?
No, I must have hit it twice.
Okay, Mr. McGee, you have your, Mr. McGee, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to tell the board this. I was not going to call Mrs. Gilton because I really thought this was sort of silly in the fact that you're trying to hold Ms. Gilton you're trying to hold 4 volunteers responsible for Mrs. Gilton, but her name's been mentioned a lot tonight. And so I am going to call her up here to provide some information to y'all, only under the guise of that I think it'll be helpful for her to clarify some misunderstandings that have been said about her, and I think it's fair that she gets to talk about them herself. So Mrs. Gilton, can you please?
State your name and address, please.
Nikita Gilton, 288 Cottage Way, Thibodeau, Louisiana.
Sorry, I messed up. I hit the wrong button. Mrs. Gilton, can you please walk them through a couple of the issues that has been raised tonight? First, what your actions were as far as sending the spotless annual audit reports to the parish, and also your employment at Doosan, what that entails, how you inform the board, what your observations are as you engage the board, and how you engage them.
Okay. So, which question you want me to answer?
First one is, let's talk about the financial reports.
The financial report. Okay. So since I have been
And that financial report is done by an independent agency, right?
Correct.
It has to be sent to HUD?
Yes.
Okay.
And so since I've been the executive director It was to my understanding that I send a copy to the parish president. Before President Bergeron was here, I sent the copy to President Dove's, the former president's office. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to file with the clerk's office. I always mailed it in, but every year I have a copy with the letter from me stating that the financial audit is enclosed as well. So since I've been the ED since 2018, I sent it into the parish president's office, and I have the backup because I keep copies of all of my communications. I have a copy of the letter that I sent, and it says that I copied the file. Sorry, that the audit was in there.
Ms.
So,
Gilton, has anybody from the parish ever reached out to you before the recent charges to say you're missing reports?
no, sir. It's my first time being notified of it.
If the parish had reached out to you and told you about missing reports, would you have corrected that behavior?
Yes,
Would you have informed your board about the issue?
yes.
Mrs. Gilton, can you now walk them through your involvement in Doosan, how that came about, the process, and how long you're supposed to be there for, and the interim nature of it?
HUD reached out in 2024 and asked me to help with do some the ED. I think something happened with her. They asked me to basically oversee and do the HUD submittals. I travel there once a week to meet with the mayor there and give updates or check the grounds. And most of the stuff I do is virtual. So the agency is not up and running. The agency there has been shut down since 2016. So what HUD asked me to do, it's just because you don't have residents, there's still work that you have to do to report to HUD to get the funding. So those units were flooded in the 2016. So what I have been doing is trying to get the money that the previous director lost there from the GOSEP and the FEMA and doing the capital fund, the 5-year action plans every year. That's what HUD tasked me with. And I went to my board after HUD recruited me and got board approval. And it's an interagency agreement with Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority, and I am the managing agent. It's not just me.
So, to be clear, the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority is the managing agent for Doosan.
No, the interagency agreement is through the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority, and it lists me as the managing agent.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's how you flow through to Doosan, correct?
Correct.
Through the actual agency is serving as a management company for Doosan.
Correct.
So Home of Housing Authority is technically an interagent management group of the Doosan.
Correct.
So you're not technically doing two jobs at the same time.
Correct.
It's a very important distinction for y'all to understand. When you sought your pay raise, did you go into executive session with your board?
Yes.
And you gave them the opportunity to ask you questions about your evaluation and see if you deserved the pay raise?
Yes.
And the pay raise was roughly 4%?
It's 4%.
Was it in line with all the other employees got at the same time?
Correct. And it's not. It didn't go into effect yet. We still have a service, so it's not until July 15th. July 15th. Because we have board meetings bi-monthly, we put it on the May agenda because the board meeting in July is July 31st, and it's past the date. So to stay compliant, we did it May, and it's not effective until July.
And Ms. Gilton, you brought something I also wanted to ask you about. You moved to a bi-monthly board meeting because of the lack of residents to issues, correct? That's why you moved to bi-monthly?
So we moved to bi-monthly meetings because we pay our consultants to show up to meetings and our attorney. If we have a board meeting and there's nothing on the agenda, our attorney has traveled from Baton Rouge, our consultants, I think Jamie lives in Mississippi, Drew lives in New Orleans, they live different places. So if I'm gonna call them to a board meeting and there's nothing, an update from FEMA yet, it's basically wasting the agency's money. So what we did, we went to bi-monthly and with the board approval last September. And if a special meeting needs to be called, we can call a special meeting at any time. If we have an update that FEMA just sent any information down, or if something we need to get a board approval on something, we can call a special meeting at any time.
And you have a website you post all your agendas for the meetings, correct? In
Correct.
minutes?
Yes.
And that's available to the public?
Yes, sir.
Anybody who can go on the website and click, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you anticipate that when you do get the property's back up and running, that you will go back to annual meetings?
Monthly meetings?
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
monthly meetings and monthly resident meetings.
So when you have residents, you're gonna go back to what y'all were doing.
Correct.
This is a temporary, so it might be why you didn't change the bylaws, because it's temporary.
Temporary. It's not set in stone. And we meet again, our annual meetings are in September. And so September, the board have to vote again to say, hey, we're gonna continue bi-monthly or we're gonna go back to monthly meetings. That's when we pick a new chair. We do the same thing similar to what the council does.
And Ms. Gilton, they voted on doing this, and
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you change the bylaw, you do that by vote?
Yes,
So it's virtually the same thing.
correct.
If y'all have any questions for Mrs. Gilton.
Mr. Bergeron? Okay. Mr. Pleasure.
Yes, Ms. Gilton, based on your accounts and also Mr. McDaniel? The
Yes.
consultant, Mr. McDaniel's
Yes.
account, you guys received 4.3 million, whatever it was, and you're looking to RFP this to get 19 buildings to 20 units online. That's what the
Correct. That's what,
short-term plan is?
yes. And we mentioned that at our board meeting in May when our plan moving forward was trying to get at least 40 units back online. So that's like 19 buildings, something like that. So matter of fact, I think maybe the first week of June, that's when Jamie called and said that we had got approved for the 4.3. I don't want to lie either. I don't- It's what, 4 million.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Trusclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Keedy, you, going back to the Doosan thing, you said that Doosan's housing has been basically shut down since 2016.
16, 17, it was like the Great Flood that happened in Baton Rouge. I don't,
Okay, so we only not quite 4 years out here. So it seems like we light years ahead of where Doosan is. So our board must be doing something right.
correct.
Thank you.
A point of clarification to, can you please explain to them your role versus the chairperson's role and whether HUD has approved and what HUD's guidance is on the chairperson's role in the organization and your role in the organization, how y'all comport to that?
The board only sets the policies and procedures. Mr. Bergeron mentioned that I took Ms. Cheryl's role. I'm over day-to-day operations. The board cannot get into day-to-day operations. That's what they have an executive director for. So the things that Ms. Cheryl is charged with not doing, she's not responsible for doing them. They're in my contract. I'm not sure if they gave y'all a copy of my contract, but it lists what I'm supposed to do, and that's from HUD. And I signed that contract, it's notarized, so day-to-day operations, the commissioners they're not supposed to, that's not what a board is for. They set policies and procedures only.
And Mrs. Gilden, to change the subject back to something else, you have an attorney that advises you on HUD regulations, is that correct?
Yes,
Is there, do you know, and you said the reason why you're going to buy monthly is why you don't have residents to save costs, and part of that cost saving is so you don't have to pay for an attorney to drive from New Orleans or Baton Rouge to Houma, correct?
our attorney and the consultants, correct.
And is there a lot of HUD attorneys in Houma?
I don't know.
Has any attorney approached you saying that they do HUD law and they could help you out?
Not since, I think Jacob Gate, Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I told you that HUD's a specialized law that very few attorneys actually practice, would you have any reason to object to that?
No.
Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gilton, I guess, tell me about the relationship between Doosan and Houma Terrebonne Housing Authority. Do they actually pay any fees to our authority for the work that you do?
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mr. Voisin?
Hey, Ms. Gilton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long you been in this position, Ms. Gilton?
February 2018. But I've been with the agency since April 2013.
Yes, ma'am. And is that when you entered into a contract into this position with the board?
No, sir. So the first 6 months was interim, and they did case back. They wanted to see how it would perform for 6 months, and in July of 2018, that's when I signed my first contract.
That's when you signed it. And is that the contract that's in question as 2 years or 5 years?
So it started off as a 2-year contract. God rest his soul, Barry Boberlin was the chair, and after my first 2 years, the board voted to change my 2-year contract to a 5-year contract. Before they did that, I did reach out to HUD, my colleagues from Shreveport, St. John the Baptist, my attorney as well, because he have other agent housing authorities, to make sure that it was you can do it, and they voted on it. The board changed the contract from a 2 to 5-year contract.
So you work closely with the board members, I'm assuming.
Yes, we talk daily, even on the weekends.
Is there some good, healthy disagreement in there?
I would say we try to come up with plans together. Ms. Cheryl wants all the units on one story. I don't feel like we gonna find that type of lane, because we've been getting a lot of pushback looking for lane, because as soon as Jamie and I and Mr. Danny, we done met with a few people and we tell them that it's public housing. Everybody don't want public housing in their backyard. So I think we should go at least 3 to 5 stories up. We go back and forth with it, but if we find a lane, I don't have no problem saying, well, you know what, maybe we can do 300 units, 1 story. But right now, I don't see it happening. I'm gonna be honest, with all 1-story buildings, can't find a lane. We're not looking to rebuild Bayou Towers there. We're looking for lanes, Senator Circle, that's a different ballgame. We could try there. We can try to rebuild that. That's what I wanna do there. And that's what the board agreed on.
That sounds healthy. What about your issues with the board? Because have you ever went to the parish president and complained about the board in any way, or had any problems where that may have stemmed some of these allegations that you might have told him?
No, sir.
No,
Mr. Bergeron, he doesn't talk to me.
he don't talk to you.
No, at the HUD meeting, he told me not to communicate with him.
Well, I don't know if it's firsthand. You saying this is
Yes,
firsthand? Nobody told you this, right?
No, I sent all of the council members, I sent you HUD contact number. HUD was there. I sent you all an email on Monday if any of y'all needed to contact HUD. I gave y'all their contact number. Ms. Gibbs, the regional director, Brian Gage was there. Bam, the HUD attorney was there. Jamie McDaniels was there. Danny Piku was there. God rest his soul. Mr. Larry Beauclain was there.
So,
And
I mean,
also
this can't be-
Miss Kelly Fernando was there also. He told me not to communicate with him, to talk to him through Kelly or something like that. I don't want to.
So, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. The parish president never went to you to talk to you about the board members and some of these allegations? That can't be right.
I'm under no, sir.
Never did. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Well, that's what I'm gonna ask now. I'm just wanna make sure that I'm clear that you guys are under oath, saying this. So you have, witnesses or people whom will testify and say that the parish president told you not to talk to him?
I'm not sure if he said don't talk to him. Don't. It was on. He told me not to communicate with him. Talk to Kelly through him or something like that.
Okay, I'm good.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah, I honestly don't feel like I have to reply at this point because now we've already changed our story 2 or 3 times. I've had multiple meetings, Ms. Gilton. Those meetings, it would be, let's invite council members. I don't want council members. I can't give information in front of council members. And just even to the point that I went through and found our rules from engagement from 1966. And so I personally attended many meetings, and in the meetings that I couldn't attend, I sent people in my place. And so I do kind of take offense to the fact that Ms. Gilton's going to say that I said not to communicate with me when I have email after email after email and letters requested to write on behalf of the parish president saying that we agreed to demolish the building. I just feel like at this point I've done everything I can to try to communicate as much as possible. And when you quit receiving information that's also been agreed to, I'm just trying to do everything I can to fix our housing crisis.
Well, at this point right now, let me point this out. This hearing is about those commissioners. Okay, now it's becoming more about Ms. Gilton. It was
Only because an allegation from Ms. Gilton.
Excuse me. It was only through a question that Ms. Gilton made a statement and an answer to a question. Now, at that point, when it goes back and forth, it becomes about Ms. Gilton. We want to stick to the issues in reference to the commissioners and the issues that are actually presented to us. Now, the personal stuff, and what even like Mr. Pleasure is actually saying, that's something that you guys are under oath. So we want to stick to the issue right here.
I agree. And Mr. Chairman, I do want to follow up with a question that I didn't ask, and I apologize. Ms. Gilton, the agreement between you and Doosan, and the agreements between the Housing Authority, Terrebonne Housing Authority, and Doosan, who provided the language to do that agreement? If I told you your attorney, Brandon DeQueer, said it was a HUD sample agreement,
Yes.
would that be correct?
Yes, it was a while ago. HUD did send a sample, and our attorney, he changed it and modified it.
And do you think HUD is in the business of creating bad situations for and providing agreements between agencies that they don't want to work together?
I hope not. They called today and asked me to send the agreement to them for another agency.
Okay, in the format that we've been actually following, I've been trying to establish. What I will allow Mr. Bergeron to ask her a question, not to any debate back and forth, and stick to the issue. If you choose to, sir.
I'd like to see these witnesses that show that I said what I said. If there's no witnesses to present, I feel like you can't even listen to what she said, and the fact that you went back and forth on what I actually said. I feel like that's an attack of my character, and the fact that all I'm trying to do is address a housing situation.
Okay, Mr. McGee.
Yeah.
Have you any more questions for Ms. Gilton? Do you have another witness, Mr.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it is in the packet that we provided you the conversation. This isn't changing our story. It's actually in there because one of the allegations against our board members is a lack of communication, and so we addressed it. It's in there on the pages are not numbered, but you found it where it is. Yeah, so we put there in quote, and it has what we believe to have happened. So it's in there. I want y'all to read it and review it. Look, and I think I don't think it's important right now to get into it further than that and get into he shed, she shed. What's that? You can have my copy. But yeah, I don't know that that's important for us to argue about it. I think it is what it is at this point. I would personally want to move on now that I've provided to it. Can you give me 1 second to confer with my clients real quick and have a little?
Yeah, it has to be under the motion.
Make a motion to.
It's right here. It says obstructing. And go to the next page.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I've discussed with my clients. They are happy and satisfied with the information they provided you. They think it clearly shows the allegations against them are false. We're happy to answer any questions that y'all would have that are still remaining, though.
Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one last question. Can you I don't know if you want me to ask them directly, or I could just ask.
I'll
through
do my
you,
best. If
Dr.
not, I'll
Blair.
bring them up if they can.
So I was wondering if when a new board member comes onto their board, is there any type of board orientation where they're provided with the bylaws and the roles of each commissioner and what they're supposed to do? Was there any type of, okay.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Mr. Trusclair.
Thank you. Tanner, early in your original presentation, you stated that HUD did not find any wrongdoings in anything that this board has done.
That's correct.
Okay, now my next question is, this board, is it a parish created board or is it a HUD created board?
Well, it's a complicated scheme, and it's you see the same thing duplicated with the hospital actually, which is there was a movement in the 30s or 40s or 60s to create entities that have some sort of local participation in it, but that are really truly federal creatures, right? Because they want locals to participate. They don't want to just be they don't want to be the government coming down and saying this is how it's going to be. And so, like, Terrebonne General is a hospital service district. It's not just by itself. So that was created to receive federal funds at that time to build a hospital. It's the same thing with HUD. HUD wants a receiving local entity that's going to be part of the community. So it is a somewhat local creature, but it's really, at the end of the day, really just a flow through from the federal government.
Kind of like our recreation boards being a state created board.
Correct.
Managed by the parish.
Correct. And there, so you have y'all put forward members on the board, and they created, but it's supposed to be separate because they really don't want it. If they wanted to give you the money directly, they would give you the money directly. And so the whole idea is that you're creating a local governing board for it.
So basically, it's a HUD board that's managed by, that's set up by the parish, that's
Correct.
funded by the parish.
And it's really answers to HUD. I mean, at the end of
They
the
answer
day,
to HUD.
because that's,
Correct.
look, anybody knows anything about the world, money is everything, right? And that's the purse string is HUD. So you got to follow all their regulations. And I think, to your point, dealing with FEMA alone is hard enough. You want to add another layer, add HUD. I mean, that's one of the most bureaucratic monsters there is. That is a mindful of navigation that is really hard to do.
Okay. And like I said, I think, being it's basically a HUD board, and they have found zero. They haven't come up with any discrepancies or any non-compliance. Everything's been straight up. I think it's a moot point at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Babbitt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And tonight it's been kicked around that it was the board that's actually on trial here. We'll use that term.
That's correct.
Correct. And that they were your client.
Correct.
Correct, okay. My observation just a minute ago, because I want to know who's running who. You said, can I have a minute to confer with my client?
Correct.
And you did, but you didn't go talk to your client.
That's not correct,
You
Mr.
went and
Babbitt.
talked to Mr.
No, that's not correct, Mr.
Hilton.
Babbitt. Actually, I went to the corner here between the chairperson and
Okay.
Mrs. Hilton, and I
Okay.
said, and I no, so I want to be very clear.
All right.
Because now I've not personally attacked a single person on this board. That is a baseless accusation where I specifically stood right here and said, have we got everything?
Okay.
I actually looked over to him, asked if he wanted to testify, and I said, we have everything covered. And I looked down this line, and I looked over here over my
Okay.
shoulder.
And you walked to the back.
I'm simply
So
asking
what I'm
a
saying,
question.
no, but you obviously need to get those glasses re-looked at, because that's not what happened, and that really makes me angry.
From here, it looked like that, Miss. I simply asked a question.
Well, I'm simply giving you a
And
response.
You gave me an answer that is satisfactory.
Okay, we understood that. All right, let's move on. Mr. Pleasure.
Okay,
Oh, wait.
so just so.
Right there.
Hit the gavel, hit the gavel.
Yeah, I went to the corner where they all are. I just said that.
Mr. McGee, audience, Mr. McGee,
Excuse me.
thanks.
Excuse me.
So we're,
Excuse me. Now, what is going on here?
last time I
Well, wait,
checked, Mr. Lead is not a
Yeah,
person
well,
other than a
well,
witness in today.
Well, the point is, look, I don't need all of this. And what we need to do is stick to the issue. Stick to the issue. We can't assume nothing. That's why you took an oath. If you got something to say it on the mic. Let it be on record. Now, you got all these lawyers and all these people that want to say this, that, and the other. You know, look, if you're lying on somebody, go to court.
And by the
But
way,
right now, we need to find out what we're going to do here, and evidently, people are choosing sides.
and also, I also want to provide you that if this does end up in litigation, my first discovery request is for the text message between Mr. Lee and Mr. Babin regarding what they saw in the last 5 minutes before, and see where that question was generated. Just want y'all to know.
There's no conversation.
Okay, well, I hope so. We'll find out.
Okay, all right. At this time, we're gonna move on. And what we're gonna be is that we're gonna have the closing statement by Mr. Bergeron. After the light of Mr. Warzan. And then we're gonna have you make your closing statement.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Warzan.
Mr. McGee.
And by the way, my seat's right there.
I'm just curious, 13 allegations, right?
Correct.
Being made against you. So in those 13 allegations, does any one of those allegations have a specific date tagged to it?
No. Not that I saw in the charging letter. I don't have it in front of me. I don't want to tell you something that's completely wrong. It's in front of you in his charging letter what the allegations are, though.
Yes, sir.
I don't recall seeing one. Let me put it that way.
And I was just curious, as of maybe the most recent ones, if there was some very recent allegations in there that just occurred recently, within the last 3-4 months, something like that, that you knew of.
No, this is, when I met with my clients, and we discussed it, most of the stuff was the first time they were actually hearing it and understanding it for the first time is when they read the letter. And it was pretty much, a lot of it was news to them.
Understood. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Put your light on. Okay. All right. Yeah, Mr. Neal.
I want to, when,
Yeah, discuss that and Mr. Tanner, discuss the order that we were going. So trying to maintain the order.
yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
Yes, sir. So I wanted to remind you that whenever we talked about opportunity for Mr. Bergeron to ask questions, that he said to you he wanted to wait until all the witnesses in order to finish his questions. And then I heard you mention that we were going to go to closing arguments after the next council member was finished. So I wanted to just remind you of what was discussed about Mr. Bergeron asking the question.
But Mr. Bergeron also then went right into asking questions after.
Well, and all of us educated here, I'm under that assumption, is the fact that we're reading and we've gotten thus far. And what we're trying to do is follow what we already had. And I was trying to follow where we already were. You wrote this. He agreed to it. I read it. And that's what we were trying to do.
Yes,
So
sir.
when people have their egos up here and pouting like little babies, you know what I mean, trying to get something done for the people to be satisfied and justice would be served. Yeah, like I'm sitting up here, I can ask questions. I can ask questions because you know what? The high rise sits in my district. At 6 o'clock in the morning when the hurricane hit, before the hurricane hit, I was there evacuating people.
Yes,
So
sir.
where we are now, And what I'm hearing is not the concerns of the people. There's a bunch of egos here.
Mr. Harding, I'm just trying to get you through.
Well, I'm trying to get through too.
Yes,
But
sir.
then, look, these egos, I hear the whispers and swip up here. Guess what? It's never been done before. And right now, I sat in this council chair.
Mhm.
And that's what's going to happen. I'm running this meeting. So what we going to do? Because we've had enough of this. So what we're going to have to do is close an arguments by Mr. Bezron.
I don't get to ask the witness questions based on what I ask.
Well, it's been a lot of talking, and everybody been talking. You want to ask questions? All right. Y'all ask questions, we be here all night. Let's go.
I just got two things.
Two things.
Mr. Tanner McGee discussed that we had argued over FEMA funding. And then it was stated that we don't have any FEMA funding. So for us to be arguing over FEMA funding, we have to have FEMA funding to argue over that. Mr. Tanner also stated that I've been obstructionist to tearing down the building. And because I had to go
I
to
never
FEMA-
stated that. I'm sorry. I just have to clarify, Mr. Parish President.
Okay, well, it's in the book too, so. So I have an email from FEMA dated May 29th, 2025. Because I asked a question about the tower project being related to the antenna project. My question says, I have questions related to the project, and I give the project numbers, that this project is waiting on FEMA to send us an email on an issue on holding up determination of eligibility. The equipment has to be removed before any demo with the housing project can proceed. Is there any way for us to put some urgency to get that moving sooner rather than later? To which I received a reply. As you stated, removal and relocation of the radio tower is dependent on FEMA determining that Bayou Towers is eligible for replacement. Otherwise, there's no nexus for us to allow to remove the tower if the facility is only eligible for repairs. So to say that they're waiting on us to tear down because they're waiting on our antennas, again, I've had to go directly to FEMA because I can't get any updates any other way. And this says that is not the case.
I don't know there's a question in there, but I'll try to respond to it.
I was responding to a comment you said that with
But
the antenna.
I think what I said in part, I didn't say it was complete, and I want to be very clear that there's a multi-factor test of waiting for FEMA funding. I think I was also very clear that FEMA funding was the main reason, but that another reason was we still need to get your emergency equipment, and if we do anything to demo it with it up there, it would create a liability for the agency, and they've been advised by their counsel to wait on that issue.
Okay, no more debates. Let's close up the arguments and let's get to the point.
Sure.
Because that's back and forth, back and forth.
I'm here to do as you want me to do, Mr. Chairman.
Right now, I need to hear from Mr. Bergeron with his closing arguments. No debates. Let's get to the point and let's move on.
All right, well, I want to start off by thanking Mr. Badman for acknowledging the threat of a lawsuit, whether it be a statement or a threat. I've been in many meetings with council members in executive session where there was a conversation had multiple times about we will not be threatened by lawsuits. And so what I hear is that if you don't vote the way that he thinks you should, we are going to get sued. There was conversations about volunteers. And at the end of the day, I take this position very seriously because this is a state regulated board that I have appointments to, of which I feel responsible for holding those appointments accountable. Ignorance of a law does not mean that you are not guilty of breaking that law. And I take bylaws of an organization appointed under state legislation very seriously. And so at the end of the day, if you were to go through and one of those could be debatable, I have to have one cause. And I brought 13. But at the end of the day, there are 2 bylaws that are not being followed. And those bylaws in case law have had people removed as commissioners just by not having the meeting part handled properly. So, it was a disagreement. I understand, apparently there's a disagreement between commissioners, again, going back to the bylaws and the responsibilities. And again, if we don't follow bylaws, what do we adhere to? Because I understand that in organizations I've dealt with, the bylaws is what you use to govern an organization, no different than when you use articles of incorporation and an operating agreement and running a business, or when you use our charter and our ordinances to manage the parish. By not following those, again, it's easy to say, well, why don't we not follow this one? Why don't we not follow that one? At what point is not following bylaws? Is there a number that you have to not follow 10 bylaws before you're held accountable? When I look at the $28 million, and based on the HUD numbers, because again, I went to the state and testified for projects for housing in Terrebonne Parish. And I testified for the bond commission so that we could fund a housing project. HUD's average cost is $232,000 per unit. I know this number because when we testified of the 4 organizations that day, Terrebonne Parish was the only one approved for a bond because we were below the HUD requirements. Based on that $232,000, if you look at the $28 million, it's 120 units. There's conversations about this being about my ego, about being everything other than the fact, again, that I go back to where I started, that we have a housing crisis. And right now, we do not have a number of how many residents need to be housed and a plan for what that's going to look like. Because even if you take $10 million of that $28 million and you start putting housing together for residents that do not have housing here 4 years after the storm. We had a meeting with HUD, and in that conversation, Katrina's housing crisis wasn't addressed 10 years later. The Harvey hurricane crisis in Houston, they said they were able to get it done in 7 years. The shortest path to addressing the housing solution is the 4 projects that Terrebonne Parish has been involved in that will be completed at the 5-year mark and address 300 housing units. So I have no doubt in my mind that some of these people might be good people. And at the end of the day, it's not what we're having a conversation about. We're having a conversation about the cause for why these commissioners need to be resolved. And at the end of the day, all I needed was 1. But I presented 13. And so I can tell you that I'm going to go home tonight and put my head on my pillow, knowing that I felt like I've done my responsibility and my job to hold these housing commissioners accountable. And from this point forward, if they are not removed, if any of these residents have a housing issue, they are welcome to deal with the council members directly, as you are going to be the ones deciding whether the commissioners stay or go. And so I've done everything I can. When I'm not getting information, when I have to communicate with FEMA on my own, and I've done everything I can. I've tried to have every meeting. Again, at the end of the day, this is not about me. This is about the fact that we have an 800 unit housing shortage. And in 2 years, which will be the first solution again, we're going to have 500. And we start adding those numbers together, it comes out to the housing authority. But we don't know how many people have died. We don't know how many people have moved away and are not coming back. But if we have 1 resident that needs a house right now, the housing authority has money to fix that. And that's what I feel like we need to do. And I'm a big believer in eating the elephant at one bite at a time. And right now, we need to eat this housing elephant, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens here tonight, we're still going to have an 800 unit affordable housing crisis shortage. And at the end of the day, as my power and my responsibility as parish president, just like I've addressed mental health, behavioral health, and addiction, I'm also very, very concerned at the housing crisis that we have, and that another storm could put us that much further away. And these residents will be even more displaced. And the longer we go without getting them a home, the less opportunity they have of coming back to Terrebonne Parish. I'll remind you that we have lost 15,000 people in 10 years. And over almost half of that has been since Hurricane Ida. And so you can make this about my ego. You could, again, I got elected by the people because they want to change. And I believe that 4 years after a storm is unacceptable to not have housing for residents that should be living in Terrebonne Parish in their own home. It's not about a house. It's not about a unit. It's about a home. And if you disagree with me that we should not have our residents living where they should be 4 years after a storm, then keep commissioners in place. And at this point, again, I'm going to send any issues or concerns that residents have about housing to the council and let you guys deal with it from this point forward, because I feel like I've done everything that I can. Thank you.
Mr. McGee?
Thank you, members. And look, I'm going to shock y'all and say something. I believe Mr. Bazeron is trying to get residents in houses. There's no doubt about that. All right. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's all the other stuff is a red herring. I believe that. Doesn't make him right now. Okay. It doesn't. And that's not the issue before you. Okay. The issue before you, which is a legal proceeding. And the reason why it's going to be in lawsuit is because you have legal standards to follow as council members right now. This isn't a political decision. This is a legal decision. It's not a threat. It's a fact. These board members can only be removed for 3 causes. They've admitted 2 of them don't exist, and 1 of them is neglect of duty. Okay? And the fact of the matter is, you've been provided evidence after evidence that they're doing everything they can, that they share the concern of the parish president, that they want to get people in houses. They've hired a consultant who I don't think anybody impugned his reputation, his knowledge, his expertise, that he's doing everything that he can, which is the common practice across every agency who's trying to rebuild after a hurricane. Can you find me one who's not? I'm open for suggestions if you know somebody who's doing something differently. The fact of the matter is, nothing happens without FEMA approval. The $28 million sits on the sidelines without FEMA approval. Just a fact. It's a terrible fact. And if Mr. Bazeron wants to put FEMA on trial, I will be the prosecutor at the table with him. And I'll throw in the Army Corps of Engineers as an added bonus. Right? It makes me mad as a resident that I drive down Barrow Street and I see our power plant still not rebuilt. Angry. But I know Mr. Bazeron's doing everything he can to get those FEMA approvals to build that power plant. 4 years after the storm. The citizens deserve power. Okay? I know that Terrebonne General wants to rebuild their hospital 4 years after storm so they can increase their patient count. Can't do it until they get the FEMA approval. It's a magic word. And we can do all the distraction techniques of emails and conversations and this is about this is about that. At the end of the day, without FEMA approval, you've got nothing. The $28 million is not FEMA money. That's other monies that they're using to attach to the FEMA process. Now, I think almost everybody in the room agrees they don't want to rebuild the Bayou Towers. And you heard the reasons why. They're looking for land. They have all these things that are going on. It's just not that simple. In fact, it's so complicated that we don't have a power plant. We don't have a hospital completely rebuilt. These things are on paper, and it makes me as mad as anybody. It's just way more complicated. And then you add HUD regulations on top of everything. So now you got to go to 2 bureaucratic agencies. I mean, if they threw the Army Corps of Engineers, we would never get it happen. It's just a fact when you're in business and you're in government, if you have a FEMA claim, it's going to take you a while. I know for a fact, we just got our last Katrina reimbursement, like 2 years ago for this parish? So what you want to do is you want to take these volunteers who I've still yet to hear a serious allegation against them that merits, they had a duty and they neglected. I heard talk about bylaws. Everything was voted on. Everything. Nobody violated anything. If you vote to make a change, you vote to make a change. That's democracy. You can call it a bylaw, you can call it a meeting minute, and they gave you the reasons why, and they were completely reasonable reasons. It's temporary. We won't make a complete bylaw change because we're going to go back to the way we were as soon as we can. But right now, it's just not economically feasible. I heard concerns from councilmen about the economics of lawyers and the economics of everything else about why y'all make decisions. They're doing the same thing. The testimony was not that they're breaking their duty, it's that they're fulfilling it exceedingly. They don't want their consultants coming down once a month and paying for it. Makes sense. They don't want their lawyers coming in once a month and paying for it. Makes sense. If they're going to do it right and build the housing that these people deserve, and I believe they deserve it, they have to go through FEMA. It's just a fact. I know I've said it 1,000 times because it can't be more true. And what you heard today was a lot of this person, this organization, this, they failed this way. But they're doing every can. These are board members. And I'm telling you this right now, and I mean it with everything. If y'all start hauling in board members who are unsuccessful on minute details that were not done, on loopholes and everything else, I guarantee you your rec districts are not following all their bylaws and they have a meeting. I hate to break it to you. I guarantee you there's a lot of bug bodies that are not following every T to the law if you really want to dig into it. But they had an audit report done by HUD. Nope, it's like the IRS. Nobody wants this, and everybody's scared when they come. HUD's fine. I mean, can you imagine? This is like y'all complaining the taxes are not done correctly, even though the IRS signed off on it. That's really what we're talking about. And they're saying, well, they should have filed Form 2-25. And like, well, yeah, that was okay. They corrected it. It's not a big deal. That's where we are. So I think this personally is a travesty to haul my clients in. You okay, Mr. Donald?
I'm okay. Thank you.
My clients in front of you tonight to pick part every little thing they may or may have not correct when they're doing everything with the best of their intentions. And I still have heard to hear a real duty, because that's the standard in front of you. And Mr. Badgeron noted one single case law, and though he violated an opens meeting law, they broke state law, not a bylaw. I want to be very clear. Open meetings law was violated in that case. And even that, there was a dissenting opinion on whether that warranted it or not. So it's kind of questionable legally. I think you need to look these four guys and ma'am in the eye, and you're telling them, you didn't do a good enough job. We're firing you from a unpaid position. That's crazy. Because all you want to do is help and serve your community. Who's going to want to serve on a board in Terrebonne Parish? Who's going to want to be a part of this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. President, I give council members an opportunity to say something. Press your lights, please, before we put it to a vote. Mr. Pledger.
And the reason I chose to put my light on to speak one last time, because Senator Circle, it means a lot to me. Spent a lot of time back there. Family grew up back there, and I moved back to that same community within earshot. So it means a lot to me. So all this that we have going on, if anybody has a concern, it's myself, because most importantly, I represent those people. Do I want them back? Yes, I do. But I think I need to share this, and I'm glad it's on the record. Kind of confused in all this because we have 4 citizens who are here, and we have to be the deciders of their character, fitness, and competence because of 13 allegations, and all of them reflect Ms. Gilton, what she didn't do, okay? And I'm just being honest. But there's one allegation that's obvious that wasn't added to the list, but it was the most important one, and I just mentioned it. The board, they should hold Ms. Gilton responsible for not submitting reports or whatever it might be. That's the only thing that I see that's a big issue here. Because everything we talked about was about Ms. Gilton. And lastly, Mr. Bazeron, you mentioned while sharing your statistics that Hurricane Katrina, it took 10 years to come back. Another municipality, I didn't catch it, it took 7 years to come back. With that, we're not doing too bad statistically, because in 4 years, We got an RFP about to come out in a couple weeks for 19 more buildings, for 19 remodels, up to 40 units, I'm to assume. So that's not a bad place statistically. With that being said, I hope these council members, my colleagues, look at this as what we heard, the facts. Politics shouldn't be in this. And if it is, you need to look in the mirror. Thank you.
Mr. Wazan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, what I've heard here tonight, from just about everybody that spoke, I think the one thing that everybody's in sync with is housing, creating housing. Uh, with that being said, I look at Mr. McDaniel. He's an expert. Nobody disparaged that claim that he made that he was an expert. Uh, I don't know a lot about the law, but I do know that expert testimony is a pretty strong testimony. And when the expert tells me verbatim that there was nothing they did to hold this process up with FEMA in reference to getting money to create housing for people, this is the biggest issue, according to everybody that spoke. Okay? Uh, if any of the allegations created that to delay that process, it would definitely be something. I mean, me as a council member would have to actually look at and address. But not one thing that I've seen has delayed that process. So replacing members, how's that going to speed up the process when it hasn't been delayed? Uh, and just the other point I want to make, that's why I was asking questions in reference to dates, because there was a bill sent to the state to be able to fire these people without cause. Okay? And it failed. So the optics of that is obviously at that point, you had no cause because you would have just fired them. That fails, what, 2, 3 months ago? I don't know the exact date of the bill. So that's why I was being specific. Has something transpired from that date to this date that gave cause? And if the answer to that is, well, I wanted to avoid all this, well, that's not a sufficient answer to me. You either have cause or you don't. If you do, you follow the process, you fire them. You fire them. And that's my take on this whole issue with this board. Citizens of Terrebonne, distinguished citizens of Terrebonne, people with reputations that are being tarnished over this. And I don't see where it has held up any of the progress of building any properties back up. Thank you.
Mr. Hamner.
I just have a quick, excuse me, I just have a quick question. This really nice book. Um, who authorized Homa Terrebonne Housing Authority to do the book, and what funds was it done with?
We actually,
That's just a quick question since it was presented in evidence.
I'll let him answer the question.
No funds were used to do this book? And who did it?
Yeah, he asking the question. What we trying to do is
Yeah.
just wrap it up. Yeah, and we closed out the question.
I understand,
This is,
Mr.
I'm just
Hander.
curious.
It's XP Energy or Synergy or something like that, but I mean, I really don't want to open the record
Yeah.
for more evidence at this point. I think we've made our closing arguments.
But this was presented in evidence.
Yes, it was, but I mean, we've.
We're closing arguments.
Okay.
Point to be made. Time has been well spent, but then whatever times it takes, number one, to get it right. And housing has been mentioned here a lot. And we can't control who lives in Terrebonne Parish. Because some people can say it was the hurricane that people's not coming. Some people can say it's the economy, why they're not here. But the reason why we're here, and I want to say to my colleagues before the vote comes, does the punishment fit the crime? Is there a crime for a punishment? We speak about FEMA, and rightfully so, what was brought out is the fact that we're all waiting on FEMA in some form or another. But I just can't get over the fact, does the punishment fit the crime? Are we gonna take away 4 people? We're already behind, and we're gonna start all over again to find out. It's not just about these people making meetings, because it's $100 million to do this, so much $1 million to do that. We're setting ourselves to go backwards. I just can't see it. It's just like completely getting all over it. Now, that's you guys to make that decision, but then I'm just putting my 2 cents in there because I'm sitting up here. I've been involved with this, and my point to be made is the fact that we have to get it right. We're dealing with more than Ms. Gilton. We're dealing with more than those commissioners. We're dealing with more than those people that's displaced. We're dealing with money and contracts and all of these things that come into play, consultants, more to it than what the eye meets. More to it than the eye meets. So now before, it not only affects the living, it affects a lot of other things. So when you cast your vote, make sure you're casting your vote. I'll take a little turn from Mr. Pleasure, he just said. Make sure when you look in the mirror, do you see what I see? Don't see yourself. Just see what I see. Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, it's really hard for me to make a decision about removing people from a board. I take it seriously. I think that, yes, I think the board can do better and do a better job and maybe communicating and all these things. But I don't know if, just my personal opinion, I don't know if it rises to the level of removing the board. That's just me. I wish they would follow their bylaws. I wish they would, keep better records and all those different things. But I don't know if it rises to the level of removing a board member. And that's just my opinion. So it's going to be hard for me to actually remove the board. Yes, do they need board training? Yes, do they need to do all these things? I just don't know if it rises to that level. And that's my 2 cents.
Ms. Champagne.
No, Ms. Chauvin.
Chauvin, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. So I'm looking at all of this that you expected us to read in an extremely short amount of time. I had the letter of the allegations and the issues. This is a lot to digest and for us to come back with a vote at this time. I don't know about the rest of you, but this is hard for me when I'm looking at this, because I want to be able to read this. I want to be able to digest this. I want to be able to understand it more. To call into play that you just want to vote right now it leaves me with a really bad taste in my mouth because I'm truly indecisive right now. Like were people just thwarting something, or do they not know? And I get it. I understand it. Or some should some be on the board? Should some not be on the board because they don't understand what it is maybe to be on the board? I don't know. And I get where you're coming from. I totally get it because I know you want the housing. I live in the Bayou community. I know what it is to have people displaced and not be able to come back home. That part literally pisses me off because we should have housing. We should have started already. If you have that kind of money, we should have started already. They have people that want to come back home. You should have made every concerted effort to it. But I'm just telling you, getting this part and then this part and expecting us to digest it while testimony is going on, while we're asking questions, while we're trying to understand what is going on, I think is totally unfair at this point. I really do. I want to be able to read it and understand it more.
Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I guess I got a procedural question. Is this a up or down vote for everybody? Or we're voting on each individual board member individually, or we're voting, we're keeping them or we're not keeping all of them together? Just procedural question.
Yes, sir. So the vote is whatever the motion is made. So if you want, if you have one council person who wants to make a motion to hold over for the next meeting, to be able to make a decision at the next meeting, that is the motion that's made, that's the motion that this council votes on. If the motion is made as to one commissioner, that's the motion that the council votes on. So it's up to the person who makes the motion or the substitute motion or what have you. But you could vote to uphold, you could vote to overrule, you could vote to hold over. So it all depends on how you want to put that vote. You can take each charge individually and vote as to each charge. There's multiple ways to make the motion.
I'd like to interject something as the legal representation here. While I agree with most of what Michelle said, I think she did a good job of outlining, and I do want to commend her because this is a very difficult thing to do, to make procedure up on something that has no procedure because it's such a rare thing. It really is a lot of work. So I don't think you can hold this over to another time period, though. The law is pretty clear. My clients are entitled to a hearing, whether it's fair or unfair. It's fair to them that they get their hearing tonight. And delaying it only allows conversation, talking, and would be anybody whose mind changed from tonight till then. If I do have to file suit, that's going to be part of the suit record because the hearing they're entitled to was tonight. Nothing else was tonight. A decision tonight is what has to be done.
I don't agree with that, Mr. McGee, and I respect your take on it, and I understand your reasoning behind that, but the fact is that the law does not say
Well, and the
these
fact is,
council members
let me
don't have to.
Yeah, let me interject this too. Yeah.
Just let me finish my statement. I'm almost done. The law doesn't say that the decision has to be made, but the law does say that the commissioners remain in place until until their removal is upheld. So the commissioners will remain in place until the council takes a vote to remove them. Yes, sir.
And that's the point I was trying to make. I know you're making a case in reference to the events of your clients. All right, she has something here, but then ultimately it's just like the other things that we have. You bring it to us, and then we have to make a decision. Now, again, opinion and recommendations is opinions and recommendations. And one thing she definitely said, Mr. McGee, is the fact that from here we can uphold it, we cannot uphold it, and for us to make the decision. We got your opinion.
It says the law says that they're and look, I would have preferred to have this hearing a month out. The law stated that they had to do it with the earliest you could do is within 10 days. We didn't choose that. Y'all chose that. The reason why it's rushed, Ms. Chauvin, is by your own doing. I hate to be like saying something negative. I would prefer to give you 2 months, and I could have prepared way more documents for that hearing so that we could have really refuted everything. I was given basically 3 days to put stuff together. So if you think that was difficult, my point being is the law says you're entitled to a hearing, and at that hearing, the decision is going to be upheld or not upheld. Period.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we reject the proposal to remove all.
Second.
Motion and second by motion by Mr. Trusclair and second by Mr. Pleasure that we reject the removal of the board members, all four board members, commissioners. Any discussion?
Let's make sure that we're clear on that. Explain how that vote is gonna work. Mr.
The vote,
Chairman.
the motion is to reject the removal of all the commissioners that has been removed by the parish president.
Yay means,
You agree to the motion. The motion is for them to stay on the board. That's the motion.
that's yay.
A yay means that the commissioners
agree
remain
with the
in
motion.
place.
They remain in place.
Just wanna make sure that's
Right.
clear.
A nay, if you vote nay, basically, it's actually, it doesn't really clarify anything. If you vote nay, it has to be a substitute motion to actually go to it. So we would actually have to make a voice vote, up or down. We yay or yay, or the motion would be, is to move it until another date. So either tonight you're gonna move up,
Like we said, point of order.
no, but listen what I'm saying, listen to.
Point of order.
Vote against removal.
Mhm.
Done.
If that motion fails, then you have to have another motion to remove.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
It has to take a second vote. My motion is to leave the board members in place. Vote tonight. If it passes, this meeting's over.
Right.
If it don't pass, then you gotta go to another vote if somebody wants to remove.
Well, but the option also is the fact that we can actually revisit it 2 weeks down the line.
You would have to make a substitute
A
motion to
substitute
do
motion,
that.
Let's do the first.
Yeah.
Let's just do the
Okay.
first.
Hold on just a minute. We're not gonna do the first one if a substitute vote. Can I get a light, please?
Yeah, right.
Ms. Neal,
Yes.
in every proceeding that we do, on every council meeting, if a motion is made, a substitute motion can be made before a vote can be taken,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
So we have the opportunity tonight to make a substitute motion.
Yes, sir.
If we so choose to do that. Am I correct in that legally?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. And Mr. McGee's point is well taken, that the proceeding was to get it over tonight. I'm no lawyer, but I'm throwing in the fact that we having to be judge, jury, and execution up here the other night. Even juries get a chance to deliberate. Am I not right? So my point is, if someone up here chooses to make a substitute motion, we have that right to do that tonight and hold this over to another meeting, is what I'm saying.
And what I was saying, when he made the motion and it was second, I asked for discussion. That's what we normally do up here, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Okay? And a discussion could be a substitute motion.
Right. But as of this moment, I haven't heard a substitute motion. The motion on the floor is by Mr. Trusclair, second by Mr. Pleasure, that we actually go against the removal of the board members of the Homer Terrebonne Housing Authority. Any discussion?
There's two lights sitting up there.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Trusclair is one of the lights.
Okay, just, and I think I'm right, I may be wrong, Michelle, you can answer. We definitely can offer a substitute motion, anybody can. And we have to vote on substitute motion. But if that substitute motion fails, then we revert back to the original
Correct.
motion.
Correct.
That's standard,
that's-
Robert's
that's-
Rules of Order.
Correct.
I
Ms.
would like
Chauvin.
to make a substitute motion to hold over. Yes.
Ms. Chauvin has offered a substitute motion, second by Mr. Babin, to hold it over to the following council meeting. Any discussion?
Yes. At that, if that in fact passes, at that meeting, the meeting would not be deliberation, it would just be a vote. Correct? I'm asking the question.
Yes, you're at the point to vote.
You're at the point to vote, so if a substitute motion is made and seconded and voted on to hold it over to the next meeting, at that agenda item, it's gonna be
The hearing-
a yay, a nay.
Yes,
on-
the hearing has concluded, the
The hearing has
deliberations have
concluded.
concluded.
And somebody at that point can make a motion, either like Steve just did, to hold, to not do it, or if somebody makes a motion to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear what the next one would be.
Any more discussion? Members, cast your vote. The substitute motion. Members, vote your machine. Motion fails. Go back to the original motion of the, Mr. Trusclair and, Mr. Pleasure. Members, vote your machine.
What's the motion?
The motion is to go against the dismissal of, the board members. Yeah. Motion is done. The motion. Because.
Mr. Harding, could you make a formal announcement of the decision for the
Yeah, the
record?
decision, passed, with the motion of Mr. Trusclair to, have the commissioners remain as the members, as commissioners on the Housing Authority Board. Right. 5-4. Right. Now, yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by, Mr. Pleasure and Mr. Babbitt. Members, vote your machine.